getting ready.
You are so beautiful, Dean Zimmerman.
I see you've decided
Can't
to.
you see? Dean's everything I need, but
You guys are bringing in a
won't
new, old, ugly,
ship my
long-haired guy.
guitar to me.
Hey now.
And now, welcome to Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live with Dane Zimmerman, who is guest starring in place of my pink hat. Dane will be on top of my head for the whole length of the show rather than my hat.
Wow.
He has almost as much personality. Almost.
Very close.
Man. Hey, everybody. Welcome. It is August 31st, 2021, 8:10 p.m. Eastern, 5:10 Pacific.
Johnny, did you screw with your EQ? You sound very thin.
Do I?
Did
Yeah.
you lose weight, Johnny? You look very thin.
Thank you. No, I'm using a whole new
Yeah.
interface now. It doesn't
Yeah,
even
you
have
can
an
hear it.
EQ.
Yeah, you can hear it. It sounds
Just-
crunchier, crispier.
Crispy crunchy chicken?
Whatever.
Like Rice Krispies.
Ah, good stuff.
Great stuff.
Great stuff.
He ain't lying.
Yes.
Nice.
Fruity Pebbles.
Bonnie!
Hey, Fred.
Bonnie, put my daughter down.
Oh my gosh.
And then you leave them in the bowl, and to the next day you go to try to clean them all out, and they're like stuck to the side of the bowl.
Yeah, what I left in the bowl was Cocoa Pebbles, and that wasn't exactly cereal.
Oh my
There you
gosh.
go.
Hey, everybody, welcome. Please, if it's your first time here, welcome and leave a thumbs up.
And if
We're
it's
at
not your first time
28.
here, leave a thumbs down.
Yeah, leave a thumbs up anyway.
Let's see. There you go.
That's it.
There they are.
That's it.
No,
That's the way.
no. All right.
Wow,
Well, hey.
Ben Tom thinks I look handsome. Thank you, Ben Tom. Thank you, man.
Yeah, very nice.
Thank you. Ooh, look at all the nice compliments. Thank you, everybody. I did get an insanely short military style haircut. And basically, we'll go through the credits. I'll explain why after the credits. We'll get through our initial greetings and roll call, and then I'll tell you guys the story.
Awesome. Let's say hello to our executive producers here on Johnny Beane TV. They are
The big
Charles
bosses.
Green, the big bosses, Charles Green, Stephen Franklin, Joe Christian, Michael B., Thomas Santiago, Music Therapy Laz, Bent Tom, The Chad, James Gum, Jarhead Rock, Wayno, Michael Smith, Andy Carson, John Moronic, Jim Ray Hawkins, PJ. I thought I fixed that. B and J Cat, Mike Neese.
Not BJ Cat. It's
Our Habs.
PB and J. Blowjob Cat. No, PB and J Cat. Majestic PB and J Cat.
Yeah. Mike Neese, our Habs, Lenny Lou and Mary, False Flag, and
What
Steve
Mary?
Carmichael.
All
Steve
right,
Carmichael?
I'm already taking the dog. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are the top tier of channel members here on Johnny Beane TV YouTube station. If you'd like to become a channel member, click that join button right below the 32 thumbs ups. Thank you so much, you guys.
everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. And hello to Fernando Riley, channel member. Greetings, gents. Hope Gene Simmons gets better. dude, we're gonna
talk
about that.
about that. And thank you, Fernando. We appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Fernando. As you can see, any super chats will change the color of my lights back here to help support the show, support the channel. Fernando, thank you so much, dude. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
And we're also live on Facebook, Johnny Beane TV Facebook page, where if you'd like to help support over there, we have what are called Facebook Stars, a digital gift, which helps in the production of these shows. We're also live in the Van Halen 1974 to 2020 Facebook group, where my awesome friend Glenn LaFerman is posting rare photos of Edward Van Halen that he took back in 1985. Check out the group. Check out those photos. And this is also a podcast. You can listen to us on Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, Spotify, Stitcher, TuneIn, Google Podcast, and shortly Amazon Podcasts.
Nice. Now we're coming into Amazon too, huh?
Yeah.
Nice. Everybody wants the Johnny Beane podcast because we're fun. We're a little escape from your day. Your day of all sorts of bullshit going on in the world and politics and viruses and all sorts of shit you don't want to hear about. So come here and have a little fun with us for a couple hours, talking about metal and guitars and laughing and vaginas and all sorts of stuff like that. There we go. I hear the laughter already. So, okay, so let me go through this because most of you guys that are regular viewers of the show see me with my signature, one of my signature pink beanies and the pink scarf usually. By the way, today's T-shirt, Rom the Space Knight. Yeah, baby.
Hey, Rom.
Rom the Space Knight for you Marvel Comics fans, of which I'm a major comic book geek. Basically, in a nutshell, movie production is starting back up and stuff. And I'm doing a couple of projects. And one of them that I'm currently on, I'm both crew and I have a small part in the cast. But they basically said, hey, listen, we liked your read and blah, blah, blah. We just need you to get a really tight military haircut. And we're going to, add a little graying to you. And we're going to, the problem is you got to keep it a certain way. You can't sleep on it and flatten it out. You can't screw it up. Don't wash it for a few days. Don't screw with it. And above all, the big request, don't wear your hat because it'll just screw up and we won't screen match to the thing you've done already. So in a nutshell, basically, my hair is camera ready for this part, which is a military part. And it's got to look just like this. So no hat today. Apologies for you fans of me wearing pink beanies. It'll come back when this production's over and blah, blah, blah. But for right now, my hair is short and very screen ready. There you go. Look at that. Very, very military professional. So there you go. For those that were like, wow, Mancuta's devastatingly handsome. And my mother's at home. No, he's not. Not really. I figured my second child would be the handsome one, but I never had a second one because the first was such a mistake. I didn't want to risk it. Yeah. And thank you, everyone in the chat for the I Love Mama Mancuda conversations. Thank you, Sandra Corney. Thank you for all the nice compliments in the chat. Thank you. Of course, they're all from men. Mancuda, if you were my cellmate with that haircut, you bet, baby. You bet. No, but thank you. I'll tell you what, my little geriatric sex kitten Mary is probably diddling her 80-year-old clit right now. So I'm sure. What? You haven't seen it? It is not. It is sweet and delicious. Classy. Thank you, everybody.
What do you think, Zims?
What do you think, Dane?
I would probably have to. Again, I would have.
Would
to
you fuck me? Would you fuck me? Is what Johnny's asking.
Again.
Would you fuck me? What do you think? Johnny's like, I don't know if you're asking would Dane fuck me or is Dane want to fuck Mary? I don't know which. Anyway, so let's say hi to all our audience that's in the chat right now as we go. Let's say hi to Hobo Rody, Music Therapy Laz, Mike Johnson, Sharon Wilgus, David Scher, James S5150, Thomas Santiago, Hobo Rody, Danny's Rockin' Metal, Alice Martinez, Chris Bevan. Let's see. Hey, Alice, thank you. Hellstorm in the house. Renus Pinkle. Dr. Pinkle is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Can't Try 55. How are you? Marky FX. Thank you. Welcome. Who else? My girl Sandra Picorni in the house. Picorni. 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 Where's your pink hat? I mean, we love you a long time. There we go. Let's see. Thank you, Sandra. Much love. Eduardo Moreno Porto. God, I love saying his name. Thank you, Eduardo. Chris Bevan in the house. Buddy Black Salami in the house. Thank you for the compliment, Black Salami. Majestic PB&J Cat. Johnny, that's one of the big bosses. In the house. There he is. Watching over. Always watching over us. Let's see who else. Ben Tom and Tom Jr. Thank you, brother. Hip Metalworks in the house. Kurt 5150 in the house. Leo Safko in the house. Let's see. Chris Bevan. My thoughts on the new BLS tune. We talked about it. We talked last week. We didn't hear the new Black Label Society. We have not heard it. Both Paul and I have not heard it. Unless Paulie heard it this week. I have not listened to a lot of music this week. I have listened to again, I'm gonna beat it down your throats until you guys listen to it again, because I've been blasting it a lot. Jack Frost's new single, which is under the band name Brothers in Arms. Last to Know is a really great single. I've played that a bunch of times this week. I'm really digging it. And LA Guns' new single, Knock Me Down, from their upcoming Checkered Past CD. Also, both of those required listening. You guys should check it out. And Jack Frost's new album, let's see, the full Brothers in Arms album comes out September 24th. LA Guns' full new album, Checkered Past, comes out November 12th. And LA Guns, also Tracy Guns, now working on a new album with Jack Russell. So looking forward to that also. So let's see. Back to in the audience, Simon Hosford, welcome. Jesus Rapes Me, how are you? Fernando Riley. Let's see. KXM Rock, Nightbot in the house. Renus wants to know, did the studio shave my pubic hair? Yes, they gave it for that on-the-go disco look. They layered it. It's beautiful. You should see. Very nice. Thank you for asking. Music Therapy Lesbian Tom. James S5150. Tim Thomas in the house. Fernando Riley in the house. Neanderthal in the house. R-Habs in the house. Let's see who else is in the house in the chat audience Facebook right now.
We got Facebook. Sharon Wild Dollar.
Sharon is on Facebook. I always have to have Johnny say it, Sharon, because I can't see the Facebook chat. Only his monitor gets that. I get the YouTube chat. I know we're on a couple of different audience chats. So welcome. Thank you, Sharon. Let's see who else we got in the house. They're pouring in thrash metal and fun riffs. Wayno, executive producer Wayno. The original Power Mutants just walking in. How are you, man? Hardwood Steaks in the house. Johnny B Guitars in the house. God, it's like a jug band behind me. I got Paul and Ace squeezing the ball. It's like a jug band. I'm waiting for Lemmy to come over with a jug and who. And by the way, Cobra Kai Platoon just made a meme of that. Me going who? There you go. Metalani A in the house. Welcome, brother. How are you, man? Let's see. Who else? Chris Bevan, you listen to the. Okay, there it is. There it is, baby. Bang.
Oh,
energy
it appears
right down my
Mancuda
throat.
has a lag.
Yeah, I know, right? Ooh,
No, that was like Johnny showed that a couple of seconds ago. So I think you're lagging behind.
Oh, really?
I think so. Yeah, you think so, Johnny?
Oh, let's see. Well, actually, no. You know what? I have. I'm
You're
looking at
watching,
I'm
or you're
looking at my
watching on
side
YouTube.
monitor. I'm looking at my side monitor.
He's downloading something.
No. I'm looking at my side monitor. I'm on my straight on monitor. I'm right on time, but my side monitor always has like a second lag. Let's see. Guitar Man 45. How are you, man? Oh, let's see. Who else in the house? Mike Johnson, Hellstorm, and everyone else, and the rest. Before we start, let me just give a real heartfelt greeting to everyone in Louisiana that cannot hear us, I'm sure, because they're knocked out of power. They got their asses kicked by this goddamn hurricane.
Again.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. My hearts go out to you. And, of course, let me give a big thanks to, after 20 years, everyone who served in Afghanistan. Thank you for being amazing Americans. Thank you for your service. 20 fucking years in there. I just want to say it. It's been said all along, but let me again say thank you all. Bless you all. You are the best type of Americans in the world. You really are. Thank you to our soldiers. Absolutely. There you go. So back to Louisiana. I hope Sean Johnson and Mrs. Johnson are okay. Check in with us if you get to hear this eventually. Let us know you're okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been seeing all kinds of stuff on Facebook. Friends that are in the area and reporting about what's going on, and it's just hope everybody's okay.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, the original Paramutant.
It's the thing about Louisiana is, having lived down there for a couple of years, that city gets whacked about every 3 or 4 years. They get a hurricane like this that just fucks shit up for miles around, from the coast, from the Florida Gulf Coast all the way over to Texas. And they know it. They live there. They continue to rebuild. When it happens, the next day they will go outside, they look around, and they go, well, shit. They put some music on and they grab a shovel and they just build it right back up. And they don't bitch about it. They just do their thing. And it's like, and that's where, like, they have this thing called the Cajun Navy, which is basically a bunch of Louisiana rednecks who decided that when the storm was coming and everybody else was evacuating, they were going to grab their swamp boats and go from house to house and just get people. They didn't have authorization to do it. They still don't have authorization to do it. For all intents and purposes, they are an emergency militia that goes around when storms happen, and they take boats. They take their boats and their 4-wheel trucks and all that shit, and they drive out into the bayou and they collect people. And they're an amazing group of people, but they're not even real. Like, it's not like a real thing. It's just this group of, it's like a bunch of drinking buddies that are just like, well, shit, let's get the swamp boats out and just go. Bunch of Cajun yachts, and they're the best type of people.
That's awesome, man.
If you've never lived in Louisiana, you can't understand the voodoo is real, and it's cool, and they're just the coolest people. There's a phrase that they use, the French phrase called "laissez le bon temps rouler," which means let the good times roll. And they live that. They live that down there. They're just like, all right, the hurricane is coming, but where else are we gonna go? We're gonna stay here. This is our home, and they're just cool about it. I fucking love Louisiana. And I'm glad that all of my friends down there did well. I checked in with a lot of them. And they basically did the Frankie McDonald thing. They got their Chinese food, they got their batteries, they got their beers, and they sat and just watched the storm come through. Most of them, obviously, some people got their houses washed out, and it's obviously not a fun time. But the majority, what's going to happen is the people that got their shit destroyed are going to be helped by the people that didn't. And they're not even going to think twice about it, and they're not going to ask for anything in return. They're just going to go and rebuild their towns. They're just great people. Everything great about America takes place in Louisiana after a hurricane.
I love it.
Yeah,
let's welcome. Let's see, Mark Dillon in the chat. Fruitcake Tony coming in late. They cut my hair for a movie. I can't fuck with it, so I can't wear a hat for a little bit. But that's it.
So my question is this: how are you sleeping?
I am sleeping in such a weird position. And I've done this before because I did this on Lost. Same thing when like they weaved a ponytail into my hair and I couldn't fuck with it. I usually sleep on my back. So I have to sleep on my stomach with the pillow, like, under my face, kind of like that, So there you go. Yeah. And there's our flag. Paulie. Come on, don't get us flagged, man.
What are you talking about? I'm not playing it properly.
Oh man.
Trust me. We already got flagged when we were swearing within the first 3 minutes of the show.
Yeah, this show is flagged even before it starts.
Yeah, it's gotta
trust me. This is a loss leader for Johnny Beane TV because he realizes oh look, Dane's back.
Yeah, hey, Dane, thanks for joining us.
Well,
We're running
Dane's
a show here.
Dane's elbow's back.
Dane's trying to run a business. We're trying to run a show.
Ew.
Is he actually selling something? Would you sell?
Nice.
Are you going to ship it?
They can hear us though.
So what?
I'll buy those.
We're not bad mouthing anybody.
I'll buy those strings just to get on the air. Yeah, Metallica, it's for a movie. Yeah. And by the way, I haven't had my hair cut this short. Oh my God, in so long. And what's really funny is it's like, they said the role is like a military role, so you got to cut it short. So I come into set.
Is the name of the movie Don't Ask, Don't Tell?
Yeah, I know, right? The blanket rape of
the General's
Sergeant Pecker's Lonely Farts Club Band.
The General's daughter's bear.
Thank you.
No,
the General's twink.
Showtime on the battlefield. They're actually sending me to Afghanistan now that they got everyone good out. They're like, what idiot can we send? It's like kind of like sending fucking Barney Fife to Afghanistan. They're sending me in hilarity ensues.
Andy, I can deal with the Pashtuns.
I've got one bullet still. Don't any of you Taliban move. So I cut my hair short and I meet with the producer and he's like, yes, that will not do. It needs to be shorter. I'm like, shorter. I'm like, he's like, would you maybe buzz your whole head? I was like, I really don't want to buzz my whole head. I was like, how about I just come in with it really, really short? So I'm looking up like what does the military allow and stuff and everything. Mm-hmm. And this is basically the result was, buzz the sides and the back and, I could leave the top fairly full, but nothing dangling and, so there you go. So this is as short as you'll ever see it. Although again, like Dr. Pinkel said, my balls are shaven Brazilian, and not for this film, for another one.
It's called the Brazilian Twink.
The Brazilian Twink. Love it.
And if he takes his headphones off, his ears are like, he's got these Dumbo ears that come way out like this.
Yeah, like that guy on the NFL Network.
Fucking goony ears. Look at this shit. Not like Opie ears, but I've got pretty big.
They're all flat to your head, which is good.
At least they're flat. Yeah, they're flat. Because I've seen these fucking, looking like two ice cream scoops on the side of their fucking head. It's like, dude, you should grow your hair long. You should grow your hair long. Yeah, but it's weird. It's weird because I keep like wanting to like play with the back of my hair, and they're like, "Stop touching your head." I'm like, "Okay,"
but it's fuzzy.
Yeah, I know, and my balls are not. So, yeah, let's see. Mike Johnson says it's called the Rump Ranger. The Rump Ranger. Hey, Kai Matthews.
Hey, Brian S. Guitars. Brian, how are you?
Can't drive 55. Thank you, man. Yeah, Brian S. Guitars, because like the first time I cut it, I left it like long in the front, so it looked kind of cool. like kind of swooping over my forehead, cover up my big fucking Frankenstein forehead that I have.
I will tell you, that's what the scarf's for, though. It covers up the bolts.
Exactly.
I need like a giant Bret Michaels scarf that's like
I have a head like fucking Frankenberry. So.
The Counting Cars guy that wears that black one that's all the way like this freaking big.
The Counting Cars guy.
The Count. You guys know his show, right? The guy from Las Vegas.
Oh yeah. George Lynch was
Count's
on that.
Customs. Yeah.
George Lynch was on that.
Danny Coker is his name, by the way.
Danny Coker.
Yeah.
Cool guy.
Yeah, Brian has guitars. I have a 5 head. I don't have a 4 head. I have a 5 head. Look at that fucking thing. Metalini wants to know, does the movie need a fluffer?
Well, congrats. Not anymore, Johnny.
John, I got
not anymore. John got the part.
I got all the parts. They're all like lined up like a fucking like horns for a seal. I'm like, it's great.
Johnny must be eating his dinner.
Mark Dillon says I look like Tim Curry right now. You know what? I've gotten that before. I've gotten Tim Curry, and I get who's the other? Jason Lee. I get those two a lot. There you go.
You look like you'd make a good sort of Marine Corps kind of guy. Roll your sleeves up a little bit. Lift some weights before you go. Pump the arms up just a little.
No, it's not even a big part. Oh wait, I'm not talking about my penis because my mother's looking. I've seen it. It's not
obviously
not a big part. No, it's not a big part. I mean, it's got a bunch of lines and stuff, but it's not like like I'm a lead where I'd have to work out. And I'm not. I'm in the military, but I'm not a soldier. I can't really talk about it, but either way.
Why can't you talk about it? You're promoting a fucking movie.
Well, when it's
nobody knows the name of the movie. Nobody knows who's in the movie. Well, that's
true. Okay, that's true.
Yeah. So it's not like you're giving anything away.
Okay,
do you have to sign an NDA?
I've had contracts that have basically, certain aspects of non-disclosure. I guess mostly for the name and stuff. I could give like things. I'm a military prosecutor. There you go. So I could say that.
You're Kevin Pollak.
You can't handle the truth. I'm one of those. There you go.
I'm just happy that you got yourself a gig.
Yeah,
I have 2 gigs right now.
Nice.
And I'm blessed to work on both of them. One I'm a lead, and one I'm a smaller part. But so I'm really happy to be working. That's the big thing. I'm really happy.
And are they like really close by where you live, or you got to drive up to?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in Hollywood. I'm in Hollywood. And what's really funny is when I moved here, I said to myself, okay, I drew a map with push pins of here's Sony, here's Paramount, here's Warner, and I drew all the studios that I could get work at potentially. And I said, where in this vicinity can I be that I can live? So I picked out a few areas, and I wound up in one of them. And Hollywood is like right in the heart of it.
So it's right there in a major studio, because I know a lot of guys have to.
It's in a minor studio. It's in a small studio. Yeah. It's in a small studio.
It's in a studio smaller than Troma.
It's in a studio apartment. It's like 27 crew members all like this in that one bedroom. All right, Mancuda, and suck the dick.
Yeah, it's in Van Nuys.
It's John Mancuda in The Fluffers Twink.
In Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Twinkle.
The amount of movies that have been filmed right there on Venice Beach, it's just amazing. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of really cool movies. They're all right there on Venice Beach.
A day.
Oh yeah. No, listen, there's
I love it when you're going
stuff filming.
I love it when you're going through LA. LA is one of the only places where you can go, like you're down by the Staples Center, and all of a sudden you see this like set truck going through regular traffic. It's like you've got all this traffic, and all of a sudden you just see this fake truck pulling the front of a car and two actors in it, just going through traffic during the regular day with a stationary camera, just doing that. They're doing a mobile scene, and they don't care. They don't shut the street down. They're just like, fuck it, we're driving through the city.
There's shoots
Yeah.
all over Hollywood.
All day.
I drive down to the supermarket. There's, trucks and crafty and security and on this block. Then you go over there. There's someone, on the bridge with a camera. I mean, there's always shit shooting, and that's good,
Shit shooting, like you're talking about like anal porno stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And that's in the valley.
Well, that's in the valley,
that's
San
in the
Fernando.
valley,
Yeah,
for
sure.
sure.
Chatsworth,
no,
California, baby.
Where that's at.
And thank
I
you,
have
Ben.
I have a
Tom.
friend that lives there and rents his house out to porn movies. He makes a shitload of money renting. He's got a beautiful house right in the hills, and he rents his house. Half of those porn movies that you see where the two girls are about to fucking go down on each other next to a beautiful pool overlooking the LA skyline is my friend's house.
That's his
That's
house.
That's how he makes his money.
Johnny's like, I keep seeing that house.
That's how he makes his money. He used to work for Disney. Now he rents his house out to porn sets.
I think Jenna Jameson used to live here in the Phoenix area, like up in Scottsdale for a long time.
Yeah, she did that when she was on meth.
Jesus Rapes Me says, do you still work for Profiles in History? No, Profiles in History is no more. They merged with Heritage, so there's no more Profiles. I do not work for them anymore. But I do all sorts of stuff. But anyway, that's on my resume. I do all sorts of stuff.
Will work for stuff.
Well, we'll work for food. I'm on craft service like nobody's business. I'm stuffing up my duffel bag with crafty. It's like, what are you doing? Yeah, and it's
bulk up for this role.
Yeah, and Metalini, I do indie films, absolutely. B movies, you name it. I do all sorts of fucking shit because I like working.
That's what Leslie Nielsen.
I like working.
Leslie Nielsen told my on-air partner once when he was doing a different show, and he had said to him, he goes, "Look, Leslie, you do a lot of these movies, like a lot of movies that I would never expect you to work." And Leslie Nielsen's response was, "If you ain't acting, you ain't working."
He's right.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "So all money is green. I'm going to take the roles that are offered to me."
No, absolutely.
I even saw Leslie in like some local Phoenix AZ credit union ads or something like that. He was even doing commercials for some little
Did he live there?
credit union. Yeah.
A lot of Hollywood actors live here, Johnny, because it's a 40-minute flight to Los Angeles, and they can get a beautiful spread in Paradise Valley, which is our version of Hollywood. Or Beverly Hills for a shit ton less. So it's easier for them to fly from Scottsdale into Burbank than it is to drive from Hollywood into Century City or Studio City.
Down the street.
Yeah. So we do have a fair number of celebrities that live here, athletes, musicians, and actors that live here. Phoenix is like an LA suburb now. Very strange that way.
Senator Picorni wants to know, show and tell guitar today. What is the hint? I'm going to say, let's see. It's the color of Dane Zimmerman's dog's teeth. So there you go. There's your show and tell hint.
That would be canary yellow.
I'm not going to say what it is.
Hey, you brought up my little dog, and I have an appointment. I just want you guys to know at 11:30 tomorrow, right next door, I have an appointment for her.
For what?
Oh, that's good.
Nice.
Well, she's got really bad teeth, and up on the top of her beak, she's got a little swelling up on one side. So I think she's maybe cavities have turned into an abscess or something. So we're going to have that looked at tomorrow.
Jesus, man.
She's got a little lump on the nose.
Dane, show that dog photo again. My mother almost pissed herself last week. Half the audience fell off their chair.
And she thought the picture was weird.
Yeah.
Hey, Margaret. Good to see you.
Hey, Margaret. Margaret Scranton.
I turned my phone off so we wouldn't be interrupted.
No, that's good. And yet you took care of that customer. You should have just left them shoplift and
Dude, I made
go.
$50 just then.
That's more than I made on that whole movie. Go ahead. You know what else? I also get to do crew work on that movie too. So I have a character scene, and then I can do boom and sound work too, which I don't normally do. Well, I don't normally do that, but like I know people on that production, they're like, we can show you, so you're like working through this whole production, and then you do, on these days you do your scenes, and so money is good.
Are you your own driver too?
Yes, and I'm my own fluffer. So let's see that dog, Dane, because I got to brace myself, because holy shit.
So you want to see the little Pomeranian? Or
whatever one had the eyes that were popping out of its head,
Okay.
like you stepped on it or something.
Okay, hold on, it's getting there.
No, that was a trick. That was trick photography. That one.
That was not trick photography.
No, it looked like the eyes were actually. Let's see that one again. It was weird.
Yeah, that's
It was
what
a
I
weird
want to say.
picture.
Oh, it was weird. I thought he adopted an alien. It was like Lilo and Stitch. This is a dog?
She's got some little bug eyes.
Oh, I'd say that. She's like Brundlefly on a leash. Help me! Help me! Dane's like, penis pick,
My
penis
phone's
pick,
working.
penis
My
pick.
phone is just working real slow right now.
Oh, boy.
It's all right. It's a 3-hour show.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got time, right?
Yeah, keep going. By the way, while we're waiting for this photo of Dane's dog, take a second, leave a thumbs up, because the show only goes downhill from here. So get it in while the getting's good.
Yeah, let's get 50 of these right now. Please.
Let's get 100 before we leave. Let's see. You got that photo, Dane? Let's see.
Wait a minute. Oh.
Arr!
I don't think that's the same
That's
photo.
not the picture.
All right.
That's
It was a
not the same
picture-
photo, Dane.
I don't think
Would
it's
you,
the
would
same
you get a
dog.
stand-in dog? That's not even the real dog.
Hey, Dave, welcome.
Yeah, that's the thing. What in the world is that?
It's Marty Feldman's dog.
Oh,
He's
He's a little
smiling.
bit cross-eyed. Okay,
a little bit. Oh my
Is
God.
he
it's
your
like-
dog or is he Sherry's dog?
That's my dog.
It's like
Oh.
you taped a chopstick to its nose for the first year of its life and got it, those eyes
Jerry has a cat.
sticking out that much. Was that during its prostate exam? Doing.
Arr!
Yeah, that's a better photo. Don't show that other photo, Dane. Looks like you stuck a rectal thermometer up the dog's ass.
She's
That-
like, yikes!
Ooh, zoinks! Oh my God.
Hey, I actually watched an episode of Scooby-Doo, new Scooby-Doo the other day.
Is it good?
I'm gonna say, yeah, they were pretty good.
Yeah,
my
that's
grandson is, I have a 6-year-old grandson that lives with me now, and he watches the worst stuff on YouTube. I'm like, dude, watch stuff that's for kids. And
Like Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live.
no, he watched. Oh, this would be tame compared to the stuff this 6-year-old watches. You got to take the remote from him. He watches
Keith Campbell.
gamer videos where the guys are just wiping out cars, like in these video games, and they're
He's
cussing
watching
and
Grand Theft
everything.
Auto with
Wait,
Johnny.
I do that
He's
on
watching-
Twitch
He's watching Johnny on Twitch.
Yeah, and then
tonight at 10 p.m. Pacific.
Paulie, do you notice Johnny has the card ready to go for that?
Oh no, if it's self-promotion, Johnny's all about it.
Johnny's got like a keyboard of cards. He's like the Twitch, the StreamYard, the
Yeah, Dave, in the chat, we are getting rain in the East Valley. So,
nice.
yeah, it's a rarity that we get it, but we're getting it today.
So to round this out, I'm going to give you my on the set tales from on the set today, because I ran into a little situation on the set. We just broke from lunch and people are walking around and stuff. And I figured, okay, I got to take a piss. I'll go before we go back on. So I go in the bathroom, I take a piss, and I feel my stomach like gurgling a little bit, like I've really got to fart, because I just had a big lunch. And I'm like, normally, you take a piss and, one or two squeak out, all right? But then I'm realizing I'm in this bathroom It's a very small, echoey bathroom, no fan, right? And I hear outside the door, there's a table outside the door, and suddenly people sat at it, and I hear voices, and it's the producer, the director, the props department head, and the props department assistant, and they're having a meeting, a little private meeting that they don't know I'm like right there in that little bathroom right next to the table. And I hear them so clearly outside the door, just like I'm hearing you guys. And I'm like, holy shit. If I mean, I got a fart like a tuba right now. If I blow one, it's going to be like real obvious and real embarrassing. Right. So you ever try to take a piss and like not fart because like there's a girl outside or something like that? You ever try to do that? Because you can't really hold back a fart when you're pissing. You know, so
Right.
like,
Yeah.
it's very hard. It's really hard. You know, I got to piss like a racehorse and I got to fart like a foghorn. You know,
You can't piss when it's hard either.
Yeah. Oh, and well, I do, but it winds up pissing up my nostril. But here's the thing. So like, I'm thinking, okay, what noise can I do? There's no fan. So I'm thinking I'll run the water. Maybe they won't hear it. And of course I turn on the water. Don't you think the water in this little shit bathroom is like fucking Guantanamo Bay prison, like little drips and drabs, like popping out them like this. And, you know, trying to get an armful of water so I could get soap off. So there's no noise coming out of there. So I'm in there and I'm like clenching my cheeks like a vice grip. And I'm like thinking like, all right, I'll wait a few minutes till they're pissing. And I hear in my microphone, all right, back on set. We're back on set. Now, of course, I have to be back on set. They don't necessarily have to be back on set. You know, the director has the AD, he could do that. They're obviously having a little meeting. So I'm there like, oh God, I can't do it. I can't do it. So I don't do anything. You know, I try to take a piss and little drips of drabs are coming out, but not like the full stream. I'm like, all right, I got to wait till I get home. Right. So I just give up on it. I wash my hands with the little spit that's coming out of the faucet. I go back on set. And now I'm doing sound. Right. So I'm in the center of the scene with a boom mic. And everyone's wired, and you could hear everything on this boom mic. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing, right? So that's my main job on set, other than being a character in the film. So I'm doing that, and I'm hearing, and this is a long scene. It's like literally like a 20-minute scene. They're all doing in one shot, right? And I'm sitting there with that boom mic, and I hear my stomach gurgling, but I hear it in my headphones. So I'm sitting there on the chair, and I got the boom mic, and of course I'm off balance because I'm holding a really long pole, giggity, and I hear, and I'm like, oh please don't let anyone notice. I'm clenching fucking cheeks there. And all I'm thinking is, please finish this fucking scene so I could run out to my car, because it's getting close to the time that I'm leaving early to do this.
What did you eat?
I had a big lunch. There was all sorts of good crafty and stuff, right? So I'm basically hearing this gurgling in my fucking headphones. I'm sure other people are trying not to get distracted because they hear it, right? And then the fucking scene ends, and I go to the PA. I'm like, okay, we're switching the boom now. Okay, you're taking that. Okay, thank you. And I basically, now I'm fucking on the run because I'm dying to get to that parking lot and rip my fucking pants apart, okay? So I'm fucking walking out, and it's funny because, you know, not everyone knows I leave early on Tuesdays. And, you know, so there's one of the producers goes, oh, hey, John. Oh, where are you going? I'm like, well, I do a little YouTube show, and I got to go. So I leave early on Tuesdays. Oh, okay. Yeah, good work today. Oh, thanks. Then I get another 5 feet, and one of the PAs goes, oh, hey, John, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, I got to leave a little early. And it's like going through the gauntlet of people to get to that fucking exit door. And now I'm like, and my stomach's killing me. And now I'm like fucking walking like a penguin because I'm fucking clenched. I'm just trying to shuffle my way to the door without fucking without fucking
Oh my
He's
goodness.
losing it.
You can't finish the story.
without,
He's
Dude, at
touching
this
cotton.
point, just let it out.
just
Come
without
on.
just
Shit
shitting
yourself.
myself.
Just
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 without,
shit yourself. Yeah.
just without fucking just without shitting myself on the way out the door, right? So I finally get to the door and I slam it closed. I think
Oh my gosh.
I like watching you lose your shit right now. That's the funny
I'm
part.
so sorry. I'm so sorry. And I think my
By the way, there are times when I think Mancuda is gay, and this is one of them. When he laughs and he does this.
and I think my car is like parked about
He's like a
30
little
feet.
fucking. He's like a little geisha.
And I think my car is parked down there like about 30 feet away. And yet suddenly I look around, no one's there. I let it rip. And suddenly, like I teleported, I'm there. And I think I literally blew myself across the parking lot with the force of a fucking rocket.
Yeah, that's hyperspace, John. You've entered hyperspace.
I look behind me and it's like there's a chemtrail, like from a plane. I think I fucked up the ozone layer. And I
That's not
couldn't
chem.
believe. Yeah, chemical trail. And I couldn't believe I was like at the car already. I know I don't walk that fucking fast. So I think I literally force farted myself to the car like in a bolt of shit, you know? So I was so happy to get out of there. But anyway,
of shit.
there you go. So
Hey, but
there's nothing to do with show business, and yet it took place on the set. So tales from the set. There we go. Thank you.
But now you got to think.
Right now,
sometimes
everyone's
all
eating
those-
dinner, watching the show. Like,
Yeah, it's 6:00. Everybody's like,
Some of those
Hi, Ellie.
directors and producers
Yeah.
and all those guys, if they're like, man, that Mancuda guy sure is acting strange right now. If you just go ahead and let one rip and then be like, woo, don't go in there. You
dude,
know,
when
they'd probably be like, oh, yeah.
you don't understand. I can only imagine my worst nightmare is like blowing a fart, echoing through everyone's headphones, and this fucking scene that they were really doing all in one shot ruined because I just shit my pants. You know, could you imagine like everyone just like, and you're cut. Offset security, blah blah blah.
yeah, I was gonna say, how did you lose your last job? I shit myself on set.
I heard about your thing. Wouldn't that be funny if, like, people like on downtime are like, man, could have left to do this YouTube show. Let's all watch it. We're on 10-minute break. Let's watch some of it. And I'm telling this story. Is that why he was walking that way? Is that where those noises came from? Yeah, there you go.
No,
So
Dane's
That's
phone.
one of them
Sorry,
now.
guys, sorry.
That's Dane's got to go home now.
Where are you?
It's 6:00. Pick something up on the way home. What time are you
Are
leaving?
you on that stupid show with your stupid friends again?
And now you're gonna die in that stupid little hat.
Senator Bricorni says, know what a surprise is? A fart with a lump in it.
Yes, beautiful.
Yeah, let me tell you something. By the way, when I got home, the minute I got home, I took a shit so much I literally thought I shit out a dollhouse. It was like just fucking insane. There you go. Right now, my mom's like, "Oh no,
Yeah,
it's
John.
humiliating us
John, why are
again."
you telling this story?
Why don't you tell nice stories, John? Tell how much you love your mother. Yeah. Well, I do feel 10 pounds lighter, so there you go. Let's see what's in the news today. Let's first, I guess we'll talk about Gene Simmons, because some people in the chat were already chomping at the bit on that. For those not aware in Kiss, which Kiss has been in the news like just every freaking week over the last few
Which is
weeks.
the way they love it.
Want it. Yeah, absolutely. So, first it was the feud with David Lee Roth, which Gene Simmons this week apologized for.
Kind of, while taking credit for discovering Van Halen again.
Yeah,
I love that he does that. He's like,
resist.
yeah, he just can't help himself. He's the like, I'm really sorry that I offended David, and I hurt his feelings, and it was I who discovered them. Yes, Gene, we know. I got it. Yes, you can let it go, but for those that don't know, who doesn't have COVID? Ace Frehley. Everyone else in Kiss does.
It's probably because Ace is hidden in his house.
Never
COVID.
Never COVID.
Never COVID.
Never COVID.
So Gene now has the Rona, and they are postponing 4 shows. The interesting thing about that is being somebody that is in the industry on this level, on the music side of it. I can tell you that ticket sales are not what they were originally, and the David Lee Roth thing may have been an economic decision, and that's why Paul and Gene are much more open to the idea of having Ace jump up on stage with them, because that will sell them the extra 5,000 or 8,000 tickets they need to turn a profit.
There you go. Or they should have Vinnie Vincent jump up on stage and sell another 30 less tickets.
The thing about Vinnie Vincent is they'll be like, "Oh my God, you look just like Ileana Douglas."
At least the painter showed up. Where the fuck is Vinnie?
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael B. And so Silvesterado won. You have to rewind the video, and you'll hear the whole story of where my hat is.
Sorry.
No, that's what half our audience is doing. So you're in sync. So that's good. So yeah, look, we wish Gene well. We wished, Paul well. Paul got it last week, and now Gene has it. And
yes, but Gene had it first.
Kind of seems like those guys are.
Gene had it better. Gene had it
first and bigger, and it's much more powerful and attractive.
Gene invented it.
Yes, Gene discovered it.
Yeah, the good thing about the vaccine is, again, and this is why, I always recommend it. I have it, yada, yada. It keeps you from going in the hospital. It keeps you from dying. So we know the guys in Kiss will get sick, but they won't die on us, thankfully. So there you go.
Yeah, can you imagine Gene is now, he gets the diagnosis. He's like, let me explain. Let me try to understand this. I have put my penis in over 10,000 women, and this is the disease I get. This is the one. You're killing me, Doc. You're killing me.
And with COVID, his tongue probably starting to actually look like that.
Yeah,
starting to grow whiskers on it and stuff.
My tongue's getting coated. There it is. There's going to be Kiss COVID with a K, COVID T-shirts coming out probably.
Yeah, he'll make money somehow.
Yeah, Gene's going to trademark it. It's going to be Kiss lettering with COVID, but it's going to have that K and the other letters in that font as a tribute show. But we wish them well. All seriousness, we wish them well and speedy healing. And like I said, I won't go down the list, but a lot of other music guys have it too right now. So. We wish everyone well with that. And again, get fucking vaccinated, please. At least you'll stay alive. So that's Gene. Did any of you guys hear the new John Corabi song, Così Bella?
Nope.
Dane?
Who's that?
No. I heard the new Crazy Licks song. I believe they're called Crazy Licks.
Crazy Licks is great. They're one of the newer metal bands that are
Song
terrific.
for America that came out like a week ago. Really good. I watched the video twice.
I got to make a note to check that out because I like Crazy Licks. Jay turned us on to Crazy Licks. The great Jay Hannon of the band Gizmachi turned us on to Crazy Licks. And speaking of Jay Hannon's new CD Gizmachi is out. Did you see? I'm seeing copies showing up on people's Facebook feeds. Johnny, throw a link in there how people can order that, because I know I need my copy and everyone should have a copy because it's really good. First Gizmachi album in 16 years. Well worth the wait.
Sometimes records take a while to take off after they've been. Paul, you would probably know what record in history took that artist put it out and it took years and years and years for it to actually produce a hit song.
It took almost
Kiss.
a year for Appetite for Destruction to pop. I mean, that album was out for 9 or 10 months before it happened. There are a lot of bands that do that release these singles and it doesn't work, and then they come back around and try it again. Some bands don't hit until their third or fourth record.
The
Kiss.
Police.
The Police, yeah.
The Police. They released Roxanne originally and didn't do anything, and they released it again later
Mhm.
on, and it became huge.
A couple of people in the chat have gotten the new Gizmochi album and like it. A couple people in the chat have heard the new Crazy Licks album, LIXX,
Nice.
or at least the new single, and like it. That's good. I got to listen to it. And then Rico B says, have you listened to the new George Lynch instrumental album, Seamless? It's not out yet. George Lynch's new album.
I saw an ad for that on Facebook or someplace.
Let's
and I'm
see.
like,
when does
whoa,
that drop?
an instrumental
Or is
album.
that out yet? That might be out yet. I know I was going to talk about it today. We might as well talk about it now. Lynch, he was in an interview recently and he was talking. I didn't even realize it. You got to really start counting these up. He's on over 50 different albums, including Dokken, Lynch Mob, TNN, KXM, Sweet and Lynch, the End Machine, Dirty Shirley, and now his new solo album, The Electric Freedom's his band. His new solo album, Just George Lynch, Seamless, his instrumental album. That's a big deal. That's George's first own instrumental album, kind of in the nature of what Steve Vai has done and Satriani has done. So I'm looking forward to hear that. How is it? Metallica A, have you heard it? Who has heard it in the chat? Sean Mahoney's heard it.
Wouldn't that be
cool.
awesome if an album like that just really took off and it was the next Surfing with the Alien album, or just, it just turned into the next big thing. Wouldn't that be great?
I wish it on George. It's a shout out to Jerry Gagnon, who I hung out with at a guitar show last weekend. George, he was in George's band and he's George's guitar tech. The thing about George is literally one of the hardest working guys in the music business. He's always working, and he said literally, here's a quote: "It's what I do for a living. I love what I do for a living. It's what I do for a living. Why would I not always be playing music? That's what I do." Why would you not go to work?
It's funny you say that, because Guns N' Roses were in town last night, and I saw a lot of pictures on social media of people that went to the show and took pictures. And and I was thinking to myself, everybody asks why Guns N' Roses got back together, and clearly it was for the money. But think about Slash, what Slash's life is like. He wakes up in a hotel. Everything is taken care of for him. He doesn't really even have to do sound check anymore. He's got a guitar tech that can do that for him. His settings are all saved on, it's not like back in the day where you had to adjust all your pedals based upon the room you were in. Now you just set your setup up and you set it through the PA and see how it bounces around the room and call it a day. So that's not even a difficult thing to do. And then he gets on stage and, everybody's like, well, Guns N' Roses played for 2.5 hours last night. Yeah, because that's all he had to do that day. That's it. He picked up a guitar and he played 24 songs, and then he put the guitar down and went back to bed. That's his job. That's what
That
he
is
does
the
for
job.
That's
That
his
is
job.
exactly
He gets up and he picks up the guitar. He plays 25 songs and he goes back to bed. That's what he does for a living. When you go to work and whatever it is that you do for 8 hours a day, Slash works for 2.5 hours a night, and the rest of it is downtime. I mean, the rest of it is whatever. That's his job, and that's what they do. And everybody, when they talk about guys being too old to do certain things like David Lee Roth or Kiss or whatever you want to use for an example, nobody ever says to the plumber or the architect or the cabinet maker, he's too old to make cabinets, or he's too old to people work because that's their job and that's what they do. Guys like Lynch, I think, are different than guys like Portnoy. Lynch, I think, plays in a bunch of different outfits because he just likes to play guitar. Portnoy, I think, plays in a bunch of different outfits because he wants everybody to think how great he is. And I think that there's a difference in that vibe. And I'm not a huge George Lynch fan outside of Dokken or Lynch Mob. I got Sacred Groove. It's all right. The TNN record's all right. The Sweet and Lynch record's all right. Like his best work, I think a lot of times when you get a musician that's in a band that we all know and they start doing outside projects, they're diluting their focus. If it's not good enough to be in the band that you put, like Jimmy Page never did side projects when he was in Zeppelin. Do you know what I mean? Except for the Death Wish soundtrack, which was early on. But
I saw that movie.
Guys don't do that. When you're, you don't hear anybody in AC/DC doing a side project, or you don't hear anybody in the Eagles doing a side project. When they're the Eagles, they're the Eagles. When they're, Genesis, they're Genesis, and they're focused 110% to that project. Guys like George Lynch isn't really. He's a jack of all trades and a master of none, and I think that's hurt him in the long run. He's a phenomenal guitar player. He can be a very nice guy. He can also be a very abrasive guy, depending on what day you get him on. But he's not a household name because Dokken was never a household name. And by the time he goes to Lynch Mob or what's now called Electric Freedom, really, bad band name.
Bad band name, but good music.
Good band. Actually, the people in the band are good, but it's just a bad band.
Absolutely.
But I think that's hurt him in the long run. I think guys like him who jump from band to band and do. Billy Sheehan is the same way. Jump from band to band and do, and they're whatever they do, the contribution to the band is fantastic. But I think they dilute their talent. It's like what David Lee Roth used to say to Eddie Van Halen back in the day. Don't play with anybody else. You're the guitar player for Van Halen. And if it's something that's great and it's something you want to create it within the confines of what we do. So I think too many, and Metal in you. No, he's not. George Lynch is not a household name. He's not a household name.
He is
to us.
When Paulie says household name, you could ask the neighbor next door that barely speaks English. Have you ever heard of AC/DC?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. You say George Lynch, they're like, plumber? No, not the plumber. George Lynch. Plumber. No.
Even Dokken's not a household name.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
To us, Dokken is. If you're an 80s metal guy,
yeah,
you probably love Dokken, George. Because we're metalheads, we're 80s fans, that's our thing. Right. But your average person on the street has heard of AC/DC. They have probably not heard of Dokken.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, your grandmother knows who Eddie Van Halen is, and
Absolutely.
Jimmy Page, and Eric Clapton, and probably David Gilmour. But then it starts to, the names of guitar players that are ubiquitous and well known amongst the masses is a very small. Even Joe Satriani and Steve Vai, who are significantly bigger guitar players than George Lynch, are not known in household names.
Speaking of which, we were just
Dokken was never a household name, Bozique. They were never a household name. I know that sounds weird. Bon Jovi, Motley Crue, yes. Rat, yes. Dokken,
Rat not so much.
Rat had a lot.
Not like Motley Crue and Bon Jovi.
No, not like Motley Crue. Look, Motley Crue, Bon Jovi, Def Leppard, Poison. Those are the big four. The big four of that.
Yeah.
And Scorpions. Poison. Yeah. Those are the big bands of
Scorpions in their houses than rats in their house.
I just remember watching Weird Science. Remember that movie? And then they would get out and they were out.
Remember it. I still rub one out.
Wanted Man came on the radio. It's a good movie. They're playing Rat.
Margaret Scranton, the point is that a guy like George Lynch puts out fantastic music and has to work in 25 different bands because he doesn't have one band that is so successful like Slash where he can just go out and work 2 hours a night. George Lynch doesn't have that luxury.
And Margaret also brought up, for those that don't know, that's actually right. What she said is that George was offered when he didn't get the gig with Ozzy Osbourne and Randy Rhoads did. George took Randy's job with the school as the guitar teacher with Randy's mother, Dolores. So George was teaching in Randy's old guitar teaching job.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool. And Margaret knows
That
what
is
she's
cool,
talking
right?
about. Margaret knows everything Randy Rhoads.
Cool.
That's great.
That's a cool
Great to see you,
topic to
Margaret.
be on. Excellent to see you, Margaret. And we are joined by the great Jay Hannon of the band Gizmochi, who we were just talking about moments ago, and plugging his new CD.
Yeah. How
Yeah.
handsome he is.
Well, I didn't say that, but I did say the CD was good.
How great he smells.
My mother's getting horny right now. You better stop. Oh,
Gross.
I like Jason. Yeah. Jay is my mom's favorite. I like him way better than you. I'm just saying.
Hellstorm brings up a good point. The bills still have to get paid no matter how big or small your band is. Yeah, but it's easier to pay the bills when you're Slash than it is when you're George Lynch.
Let me also point out that George Lynch has been divorced 4 times with children. George has a big nut to crack because his nuts have been cracked in courtrooms. So
yeah, but don't think that Perla Hudson. I don't know if you saw the divorce settlement between Slash. and Perla
I
Hudson.
heard about that.
Yeah,
one.
she's
But at least
she's
that
doing
was
fine,
one
thanks.
divorce.
Yeah, but that's one divorce with big numbers. I
Yeah,
mean, you
true,
know,
true.
every time you go in, as I think I'm the only one on the show that's divorced, I will tell you, and I think Dane might have been divorced originally. When you go into court, they look at your total amount of assets and they say, how much can you afford to pay? Well, Slash has got a bigger bank account than George Lynch. So I don't know that Perla Hudson's one big check doesn't still outweigh the 4 checks that George Lynch has to write.
Oh, I'm sure it does. It does. It's
And-
just
and you
every
also
time
gotta
George
think-
thinks he's getting ahead, then like his wife says, and I'm filing for divorce. Another one? You know, he's got to sit with the calculator and an abacus and, figure this out now.
And honestly, did the Sweet Lynch album even make him any profit? Or is he losing money going into the studio doing that kind of stuff?
Well, I don't think he's losing money. I think he certainly gets a performance fee, but he doesn't get the points on the record sales that you would normally experience. But I bet he gets paid to be on the record. I'm sure he's getting a fee of some
Yeah,
sort.
and it all adds up. It all adds up.
Yeah,
and
by the way, and he hasn't paid for a guitar in decades.
Yeah, and he sold all of them.
He's been playing a Les Paul.
You have
lately.
them all.
I've seen him playing a Les
Yeah,
Paul.
I have a lot of them. Like I said, I always say this on the show.
I'm with Jay on this one.
You have 3 guys that constantly get gears and Dorseys, play them for a bit and sell them. Lynch, Tracy Guns, Jack Frost. He always did. 3 amazing players. And I agree with Jay too.
It's Doc and Lynch mob,
Doc and Lynch
and
mob.
the rest of it is good for him.
It's good, but it's
Some of
not
these
but it's
guys-
Doc and
Some of
Lynch
these guys
mob
are
good,
thinking, okay, if I can't get to the peak or the level of where I was at in Lynch Mob, I'm not going to do anything unless I actually think it's going to get to that level. I don't want to ruin my reputation by doing a bunch of little side projects with.
I don't know that
guys.
that factors into anything. I mean, Gary Hoey is a guy that was in a band called Heavy Bones in the 80s, and it didn't work. And then he put out a couple of Satriani-like records, and even those didn't really work. So he went and he started doing music for Disneyland.
He did
And
a Christmas song or something.
Yeah, he does Christmas albums, instrumental Christmas
Whatever
stuff,
that.
and he makes music. Yeah,
He was the
He
one
does.
that did the Peanuts theme for guitar, wasn't
yeah,
that him?
Linus and Lucy. Yeah, well, that's Stu Ham does that on bass,
That's how I knew who he was.
but he does
Nice.
he does music for Disney now. So when you go to
Not a bad
Disneyland,
gig.
yeah, when you go to Disneyland and you're on any of the rides and you hear this music in the background, that's all.
While you're-
That's what Gary
While
Hoey
you're
makes his money.
puking and scared to death, you're hearing his guitar.
He also does music for like ESPN and stuff like that. So that's how he makes his money. Some of those, look at Danny Elfman. Danny Elfman from Oingo Boingo. Oingo Boingo was a moderately successful band in the 80s. They're the guys that sing the song Weird Science. And,
Weird Science, yeah.
yeah, but
Very
he
cool.
makes more of his money doing movie scores and movie soundtracks. Danny Elfman does all the music.
Commercial jingles makes.
He does.
And
too.
and Back to School.
Danny Elfman is the guy that does all the music for the Tim Burton movies.
And Michael, what's his name? Michael Giacchino. Giacchino, I think,
John Biel.
did the music for Lost. No, not John Biel. Michael Giacchino. No, he did all the music for Lost, and he does like orchestra stuff for movies and TV and stuff. Makes a fortune. Makes a fucking fortune.
Yeah, no,
You
those
know?
guys
Hey,
do.
Dwight Bailey.
Those guys that had their moment in the sun from 1987 through 1989 or whatever it is you want to use for the window, are now taking that music ability and doing commercial music and score music, movie score music, and all of these things that are totally below the radar. So the idea of I'm not going to ruin my reputation, bullshit. You take the check. It goes back to what we were saying about Leslie Nielsen. If somebody offers you a ton of money to play on somebody's record, one of my friends, my best friend in 4th grade, was the bass player for the Black Crowes in this recent tour, and he's on like the last 3 David Bowie records, and he was in the Tedeschi Trucks band, and you don't know his name because he doesn't matter. He's got a signature bass from some company, and he's getting paid.
I saw his Ferrari driving down Beverly Hills. I knew
he's getting paid. Yeah,
that's all I knew.
I know there's got to be some guys from back in the day that were in great bands, and they don't want to do just a regular run-of-the-mill because they don't want to ruin their reputation. They just
that's
don't
bullshit. That's
I
a
would
bullshit
rather not
reason.
do anything than do that.
Yeah,
that's a bullshit reason.
I read a great story this week about Matt Sorum of Guns N' Roses, and I'm gonna quote it.
Oh, yeah, this is the one where he said he was okay with them not calling him to be back in Guns N' Roses.
He said, I don't wish I was invited to rejoin Guns N' Roses for their reunion tour. The universe had other plans for me. For example, I had a baby, and I'm doing other different projects. I'm doing my own thing, and it's cool. And that's really what I wanted to do. That's what I preferred. And now, if I remember another interview months ago, or maybe 2 years ago, even if I remember right, he was being interviewed, and they said, "Hey, that Guns N' Roses tour. Have you been called on that?" No, I haven't been called. But I think they should do me and Steven Adler both because they can afford it. It's a big tour, and both Steven and I played on different albums, and it would be really great, and it would bring in a lot of audiences. So yeah, I would do that. And now, like, they're asking, so are you any bitter about not being called for that Guns N' Roses reunion that every other person seems to have been called? Oh, no. He's like, I have a project now that I'm working on, and I've been itching to get it done, and just songs in my head, and I really prefer to do that because that's something I really have been. It's been eating at me. I really want to do that, and it's like, dude, I can see how full of shit you are. It's coming out of your mouth. What the fuck? Yeah. Hey, do you want a massive paycheck for the biggest fucking tour in the last century that keeps going on over 5 years and still going to sold out shows? No.
Here's the thing. You've got people who are quote unquote stars, all right? People who are huge stars. And then you've got guys like Pat Lynch. Do you know who Pat Lynch is?
Extreme.
No, Pat Lynch is Pat from the Toyota commercials. And Pat, while all your big stars have had series after series that, Friends has come and gone, and Joey has come and gone, and whatever other Lisa Kudrow show has come and gone and shit, Pat Lynch for over 20 years has been Pat from Toyota, making $1 million a year for 20 fucking years. You don't know who Milana Weintraub is by name.
I do. I do. Yeah. I have a massive crush on her.
Me too. Milana Weintraub is Lily, the AT&T girl, and she's making a goddamn mint. And Stephanie Courtney. Do you know who Stephanie Courtney is? No, you don't. Know. Stephanie Courtney is Flo from Progressive.
Oh, okay.
And she's making $1 million plus being Flo from Progressive. And so the idea that this is beneath me, that's why you're seeing guys do commercials, like big stars like Matthew McConaughey doing commercials for Lincoln.
Oh, yeah.
Because why do a movie when you can get 8 figures from the Ford Motor Company to sit in their fucking luxury vehicle? By the way, they give you the car too. You do a couple of commercials. You do a commercial for Carl's Jr. and Hardee's for bacon, or whatever their bacon thing is, or grilled cheese sandwich. Ving Rhames is doing all the voiceovers for Arby's. Arby's is some of the worst fast food on the planet. But they got Ving Rhames doing their goddamn commercials. You think Ving Rhames is working cheap So there's nothing that's beneath anybody. Ving Rhames is Marcellus fucking Wiley. I mean, Marcellus Wallace. And Marcellus Wiley was a football player. Marcellus Wallace, and can command huge money doing movies. But he's doing commercials for Arby's because all money is green. Take the money and run.
Yeah,
Take the money and run.
Let me explain something to people that don't understand how union commercials work. I did the movie Eurotrip, whatever, in the 90s or whatever it was. I don't even remember when it was, but I had a speaking scene in it with the lead characters that got deleted. So if you watch that movie, you'll see me in the background of Matt Damon's scene, but you don't see me doing the scene that I did that got cut. Now, with that said, I still performed that scene. To the union, that performance is still on record and got me the paycheck I was promised by my contract.
Even though it never made the movie.
Even though it was totally deleted, not even in the deleted scenes section. Gone, wiped off. I have it, but no one else in the world has seen this other than if you were on set. Okay, so I don't say a word in the finished production of Eurotrip. You see me, that gets you nothing, and yet I got a big paycheck from it. And every so often, when it's shown, when it's rented, when it's streamed, I get a check. Now, these are diminishing return checks. Right now, I get checks for like $17 and $5 and 3 cents, and from work I did, whatever, a million years ago. But think about every time one of those Toyota commercials airs or one of those AT&T commercials air. Yeah. I know how often those AT&T commercials air because every time it does, I instinctively, like Pavlov's dog, I drop my pants and start jerking off violently across my TV screen.
TV 24 hours a day.
By the way, and I'm going to respectfully disagree with you, Margaret Scranton. Rock and roll is about money. It's the music business. It's a business.
It's a business.
It's a business. If rock and roll weren't about money, then every band would play for free every night and not charge for music and give away, concert tickets and all that stuff. It's absolutely it's the music business. It's all about money. Money is the lifeblood of society. You need money to live. I love rock and roll, but it's not art. It's money. If it were art, you would make the song, you'd write the song, you'd put the song out, and you'd expect not to be compensated for it. And that is something that I learned when I was 20 years old, sitting in front of Gene Simmons, who said to me, I expect to be significantly better paid than everyone else. He goes, it's a foregone conclusion that you love what you do. It's a foregone conclusion that nobody's putting a gun to your head. And if you want to be real happy, if you make submarine sandwiches and you want to make the best submarine sandwiches and give them away for free, excellent. I expect to be paid, and I want to be well paid, and I want to be paid more than the next guy. And that's the reality. The music business is the music business. Us sitting here playing a song, that's music. Us asking you to come see us play at a club, that's business.
Yeah.
You bet.
So there's the best of both worlds right there. You can sit in a guitar shop and sit and strum a guitar to your friends and say, look what I learned. I finally learned Stairway to Heaven, and you're still having fun with music.
Smoke on the water, baby.
Yeah.
Apparently a lot of people besides me in the chat have a crush on Melania.
Oh yeah, Melania Weintraub is, and by the way,
she's super pretty, but she's also funny, and that's a weakness for me.
And she's a super
now, right?
She's a super genius as well. She's like,
I love a girl with a brain. That's
she's
another thing.
Super intelligent. She's also super philanthropic. People don't understand the money that she's making from AT&T, and a lot of that money that she makes doing her television work. A big portion of that goes to getting girls from Eastern Europe out
I heard about that. I heard about that.
Out of the sex slave trade, out of the prostitution trade, out of this, the indentured servitude. Because let's face it, girls are molested and sold like meat in Europe around. She spends a lot of her money and a lot of her time trying to do philanthropic things. I mean, these are the things that you don't know about the AT&T girl. These are the things that I do know about the AT&T girl, and then I get a restraining order delivered to my house.
I just recently
I know exactly which window is hers.
I just recently heard that from now on, because her torso is so good to look at, right? She's actually doing all her commercials now for A&T behind the counter.
She has creative oversight of those commercials.
What happened with that is, she's a really busty girl, which is another plus. But
she's curvy. She's got a great body.
She's beautiful in every way, inside and out. She's perfect.
Yep.
But here's the thing. She got a lot of guys. It's one thing to say, like, all right, we're talking about her. She's cute, she's smart, she's funny, she's got all these great things. A lot of guys online are just like, man, I want to fuck those tits. Man, look at those tits. And someone called her Milky, and it brought her to tears, literally, that she made a public post on Twitter just saying, how could you talk about me like that so degradingly? And, look, it's one thing to say a girl's beautiful or whatever, which she's very pretty, but it's another thing to degrade someone like that. And she took real heart offense at that and was really saddened by it. So she basically said, look, from now on, I want to be, part of my body covered from, a countertop or something, because I don't want to, be looked at that way and talked about that way. The problem is, unfortunately, she is very busty. So, I mean, to me, seeing her on the counter with more bust shot than full body, I'm actually thinking it makes her look bustier. Is it just me?
I mean, she's
just perspective wise.
Yeah, I think she has it written into her deal now. She has creative control over those commercials, how she's shot. Because of that, because
and hold on, Margaret, this isn't sexist. There's nothing sexist. We're not being sexist.
What's sexist? What's sexist about this? We're
just
pointing out the fact that this is an attractive woman who is taking control of how she's presented. If anything, that's supportive of that. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to apologize for being attracted to her.
And she's funny and she's philanthropic. We're saying good stuff about her. We're not turning her into a fuck toy.
Didn't I just spend the last 30 seconds talking about how what I love the fact is that she takes a portion of her income to try and save women who are exploited, sexually exploited? That makes me sexist?
We were literally just ripping on guys that like ripped her apart sexually. So that's not on us.
Man, that's all right. Let it. I mean, whatever. You're not going to get somebody like that. That's fine. If you want to be mad and walk away from that, that's on you.
No, but listen to the conversation. Listen to what we're doing. Look,
I'm not going to defend myself. I don't need to defend myself.
I'm the first one to make dirty sex jokes. We were not talking about her that way. We were defending her. We were saying what she was saying and why she now covers herself up that way because she was sexually harassed on the air. That was what we were saying. So
I brought her up.
Don't read that wrong, Margaret. That's all I'm saying.
I brought
saying things about her.
And I brought her up because if the point was, these are people who are not celebrities. They are not famous, but they are certainly they're flying under the radar and making a shitload of money. So fame and notoriety are super overrated. The most important thing in the world, if you're going to work in Hollywood and acting or in the music industry or in the entertainment field, is to keep a steady check rolling in. That's the most important thing.
Margaret's just messing with us. She's all right.
Whatever.
I don't even know who they're talking.
I like messing. Margaret. I'm saying I think she's misinterpreting our story right now.
I completely agree, but I hate being categorized as a sexist when I'm not being sexist. It's just that's annoying to me. It's just annoying to me because I just pointed out, if of the 10 things that I spoke of, 1, it was her physical appearance, and the other 9 was intelligence and the philanthropic things that she does and how good she is as a human being. Yeah, all those things. But you want to focus on the physical attributes, and that's a bullshit thing that happens in 2021 now, and it's garbage. I just think it's garbage.
Wait, Janice, you never heard of these AT&T phone commercials?
I don't watch TV. I've never seen them either.
How in the world, if you watch TV, how in the world have you not seen it? Janice, I'm sure, Google AT&T girl Lily. I'm sure you'll say, oh, that girl. Okay, I get it now.
Mm-hmm.
I get it now.
She was also in that Netflix TV show that ran for 3 seasons. It was called Love, and she was.
Well,
in there.
she does a lot of funny stuff.
She was on At Midnight, the show that Chris Hardwick used to do, and she was phenomenal at it. She's a super talented human being who also happens to be super attractive, and there's nothing wrong with that. I suppose if I was talking about Brad Pitt or George Clooney or Jason Momoa or Channing Tatum or any of a variety of very attractive male actors, that wouldn't be the same at all, right? I just think that's a bullshit weak argument. I hate that happens. I hate that people do that.
Michael B, I wasn't the person who called her milky. I'm repeating literally what upset her that drove her to issue creative control on her commercials. I'm saying what she said people said to her on interviews. That's all. Don't look at me.
No,
I didn't say that stuff.
It's unfortunate that we do this, but look, being physically attractive is part of being on television. You have to have some sort of a unique look, even if you're not physically attractive. Even if you're not physically attractive, guys like Danny Trejo,
John Mancuda,
John Mancuda. But here's the thing:
some of us are not born Brad Pitt, but we're unique looking or silly or whatever.
John Mancuda is not even interesting enough to be on television. So, I mean, you get guys. I mean, he's a poor man's. John Mancuda is to Tim Curry what I am to Ernest Borgnine. There's a visual thing. We are a visual species. That's one of the things that we do to process. Now, if that's all you can take from something like that, and that's superficial, that's okay too. But I just hate that when you try to point out the totality of a human being, intelligence, sense of humor, creativity, control, by the way, creative control over how she's presented in a commercial. I mean, that speaks to the value of her as a spokesperson for the AT&T corporation. All of those
not
things.
Everyone gets creative control over their work by far.
All somebody can do. And look, arguably, Mancuda says what Mancuda says, but
sure,
the idea that I'm leaving the whole show because one guy has an opinion and the other people have to suffer for it. That's such a bullshit cop-out to me.
Well, look at what Michael B saying. Michael B said, John, you said, anyone else think it makes her chest look bigger? I'm being very serious in asking that question. That wasn't even a joke. Literally, does anyone else think it makes her chest look bigger? That was a statement. Absolutely, it does. I'm not sitting there berating her and saying, boy, I'd like to motorboat that. No, I'm just saying,
not that you wouldn't.
Literally, not that I wouldn't.
Right.
But I am saying that literally, I think from when I watch the commercials, I think she is more pronounced from her top behind that counter than when she was just full body shot at a distance. That's you're also, and I'm not shitting on you. You as the viewer of that are also now well aware because she has that story has broken through to the mainstream. There's articles on CNN about it and on certain websites about it. So the story about how she was being body shamed and harassed online has become that's become part of the aura of those commercials. And so now she's like, okay, I'm only going to be shot from here up. Well, what's your scope of vision from here up? Of course, you're gonna notice the fact that she's busty. That's a fact. If you can only see this much of my face, you say to yourself, Jesus, he's got a big face. So yeah, I mean, I'm being matter of factual. I'm not even being joking because I actually do have a crush on the girl.
I do too, but at no time when I said I had the crush on the girl did I mention her physical appearance. I talked about everything but her physical appearance. Physical appearance is a given. That's a given. I'm not attracted to Sandra Bernhard, as smart as she is and as funny as she is. I'm not attracted to her.
Yeah, she looks like she got hit in the face with a sandbag.
Right, exactly. Yeah, she's not good looking.
I like Jesus Rapes Me. How dare any of you speak about a large chest on a show that speaks about swallowing cum? I'm offended. And by the way, there wins the internet. Thank you, Jesus Rapes Me.
Mic drop. By the way, for everybody, everyone in the chat that's talking about the Hardy's girl, you're thinking of Charlotte McKinney.
Which girl was the Hardy's girl?
She's the blonde girl, and then there's the other one too. That's with Justin Verlander, I think. The hell is that girl's name? I forget her name.
I don't even remember. I know,
I don't
for Carl's Jr., one of my ex-girlfriends used to work in advertising, and
Kate
she
Upton.
had that.
Kate Upton is what we're talking.
Oh God, she's pretty.
Yeah.
One of my exes had the Carl's Jr. account when she was an advertising executive, and she literally wrote some of those commercials, like the Paris Hilton car wash and the bikini girl riding the mechanical bull, and she looks at me, she's like, "You're welcome." She's like, "Their sales went from this to this." It was like an incredible spike in the world. But yeah, no, look, we're defending Lily, the AT&T girl. We're not ripping on her, or we're not even talking dirty about her. Just FYI. And we talk dirty about everybody, but we all have a lot of respect for her. Just FYI.
I hate that cop out. I hate the cop out
yeah.
Of being the assumption that if you mention anything about somebody's physical appearance, you're a sexist pig. You know who's a sexist pig? Harvey Weinstein.
Well, I am, but
I can be a sexist pig. Yeah. I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah, I'm a pro, but not in this instance. What do you? Oh, there you go. Wait, Dane.
What did you say? What did Dane sell? What did he sell? What'd you sell, Zim? What'd you sell?
Hey guys,
Nick's in here.
Yeah.
Hi, Nick.
Hey Nick, what'd you buy?
What'd you buy?
Well, Dane did a wonderful job of setting up my Epiphone SG. It had some issues from the previous owner. He put a lot of love
Let's see it. Let's see it. Pull it out.
Whip it out.
You got to break it out.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that the guy that was
Excuse
in
me
the cowboy
while I
hat
whips
last
this
week?
out.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna whip it out. It's got some modifications on it. It has
All right, we're gonna
added
compare and
tremolo
contrast.
bar, which is one of the reasons why.
Here's a
I
Gibson
bought it.
SG.
So
That's a good looking SG.
it's a 2020 model. It's an Epiphone.
Let me see the
but
headstock. It's got the new headstock, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're making the Epiphone headstock look more like the Gibson headstock now.
That's cool.
That's exactly
The
what Dane
weird
told
thing
me.
about it is it has a sets bar.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I've never
I
even
never had
seen
heard
one of
of
those.
the ability to add a tremolo bar to a guitar that didn't already have it without doing woodwork.
Well, the Wonder Bar, the old Wonder Bar.
Yeah.
Used to do that.
The blunder bar.
That name does ring a
Yeah.
bell, but
It's very similar to that. And yeah, like that.
It's an
no
odd
routing,
looking
which
trem.
is great.
Yeah, it's an odd looking trem for a
yeah,
hardtail guitar.
But I like that it has no routing. I like the white and chrome pickups in it too. It looks good.
me too. I think it's flashy, but like I didn't notice. I was so excited when I got it from the buyer secondhand or the seller rather, that he didn't know what he was doing and added some stuff to it, and unfortunately, but Dane went in there and he fixed everything, and it was awesome.
It's a labor of love, my friend.
It was.
So you did it for free, Dane?
No.
We
I saw a
actually
receipt.
he gave me a he traded me a little
Hummer?
pedalboard for my later.
Yeah, he was.
So he didn't have to spend any cash.
Yeah, but see, this is rock and roll. Rock and roll is not about money.
There you go.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Did
thank
you ever
guys
wonder
for,
how? Did you ever
thank
wonder
Dane.
how? Did you ever wonder how Dane stays in business? When you walk in there and you see like he doesn't sell anything. Did you ever wonder how he stays in
Take
business?
care. Thank you so
I
much.
do a lot. Yeah.
Good, buddy.
There you go. Another satisfied customer of Dane Zimmerman.
Dane,
If
was
you
that
were-
the guy that was in last week in the cowboy
It
hat?
was.
That's the same
he
guy.
was in last week. and
That's,
then
he's
he
got
came-
one customer that keeps coming back, and he's got Paul, and that's it. He's got two total people coming in. Dane, why don't you give a plug? Where are you located in Arizona? If anyone else wants to add to your business,
Guys, I am on the corner of Alma School and Guadalupe in Mesa, Arizona.
and just pan out real quick across the store. Show all
Okay.
the stuff you have, because I saw some on the wall up there, and look at that up on the. That's nice.
is
You
my
got some
string
BC
collection.
Riches. Well, you got some BC Riches above there.
Yeah. Oh, guys, I got a guitar to show you. When you have time, I want to show you something.
We
Oh,
got
I like
time.
that.
We
That's a
got
great-
hours to kill, Dave.
By the
Go
way,
look at all of them.
I saw the video for that guitar. Where was that made?
Not
Where was
your
that
lights.
guitar
We
that
don't,
you're
we
gonna
don't
show
care
us?
about
Yeah,
your
what-
lights. There we go.
Where was that made?
I don't know.
What brand is that?
It's a Brian May.
What? But Brian, I mean, who makes it though?
Brian May. It's Brian May Guitars. I don't know who
Oh,
manufactures.
he literally.
He
No,
made
He has his
himself.
own guitar company.
But like, I mean, he's not sitting there at a fucking lathe there, and you know,
He's having a made
doing
somewhere.
woodwork. Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Probably Indonesia or Korea.
Rico B says the website says Korean.
If they're cool looking guitars.
Wilkinson bridge.
That is a great looking guitar.
Single coil. Look at these aluminum little flying saucer knobs.
What are the,
The
mini
popular
switches
ones,
for?
though,
What are
are
the
the
mini
red
switches for?
specials.
The switches that are closest to the trem, John, turn the pickups on individually, and then the switches to the outside edge of the guitar are phase switches.
Neanderthal,
for
you
each
actually
pickup.
watched that video? Thank you so much.
There you go.
I was on the bowl. I needed something to do.
I made. That's awesome.
Let's see. Bozique says Korean made is probably made in the World Musical
World
Instruments
Music, yep.
Factory. There you go.
They do
That
everything
makes
now.
sense.
It
That
doesn't
makes sense.
say that on there, and you would think that.
Where's the serial number?
I don't even know. I can't.
Is it on the
find
back of the
serial
headstock?
number on it. Oh, well, right here. I guess I can find a serial number.
It does look. It's the font is similar to World Music, but it's not stamped the same way.
The writing looks Korean.
Yes. Yeah, that's the BHM is for bowel movement.
Nice.
And again, they also make them in red, so it looks like Brian's red.
Right. The red
The
special.
red special, I guess he would call that one.
Yeah. That's a good looking guitar. I like it in the black and gold because it's different.
Yeah, it's good looking.
Mike Neese says the serial number is Korean.
Lot
That's
of
cool.
dots. Lot of
No, that's
dots
cool
on there,
looking.
huh?
That's very cool looking.
How much today?
How much is that, Dan?
$600.
Will you ship it?
Nope. Never.
Never ship.
Never ship.
Never ship.
I should buy guitars for people and then pay them the premium to ship them.
Yeah.
If anybody
that's a good
wants to
business.
buy, just contact Neanderthal and he'll ship it to you.
There you go.
For a nominal fee.
Nice.
And then when they want to ship it back, you get stuck paying the shipping. To get
Yeah,
back
you'd really have to.
Or if you're in
Oh.
California, he'll drive it out to you. It's cool.
Yes, yeah, I'll drive it out to you for a nominal fee.
No,
For
sure.
Wayno wanted an F sharp.
There you go.
It's a joke. It's an inside joke for the band. It's
The B sharps.
F sharp.
$600.
Remember that with The Simpsons? The B sharps.
Yeah.
Let's see. We were talking about Matt Sorum. Steven Adler, in the meantime,
Originally.
when Steven Adler heard about that tour, he instinctively thought he was going to get that phone call. And he was setting up like his life around that. Because his agent literally was dropped in the idea that, well, why do I need you? I'm going to get that phone call. And then he didn't get that phone call. And he was kind of shocked at that. Kind of bummed about it.
You know what Steven Adler is? Steven Adler is the Dennis DeYoung of hard rock. A guy who's like, hey, I used to be in the band. I really should be in the band. I need to be in the. He's the KK Downing of hard rock. KK Downing is now starting to become pathetic in the I want to be back in Judas Priest thing.
Yeah,
I mean, it's become
this week.
really. It's so embarrassing now. You
Guys,
quit the
you know
band.
what?
And then
They won't let me go back to my old job. It's like
because you quit the fucking job. It's not your job
It's-
anymore.
it's not even because he quit. It was the way he quit. Because
Yeah, he was an asshole
slammed,
about it.
he slammed the manager, and the manager basically said he's not coming back. You know, and that was it. He ripped her apart. And he wrote
And
these
it's-
scathing goodbye letters, and it was like, yikes.
I thought he quit on air one night.
No, that was a different KK.
But I did hear that this Labor Day weekend at the Rainbow Room Backyard Bash is Steven Adler will be headlining the show.
That's
So
cool.
I believe that would be this Sunday.
I liked him when he was in that band with Davey Vane of Vane. I think they were called the Road Crew. And that sounded really good, mostly because it was basically Vane with Steven Adler on drums, and I like Vane. So that was interesting. I mean, look, some of these guys get out of the industry because, you know, they just want to do something else. You know, you had Chris DeGarmo. Chris DeGarmo, you know, didn't really want to be like a metal musician, but he was good at it. He saw it as something, you know, I'm having fun with, you know, people and, you know, making money at it, I'm doing good. Then you got like every album progressively was better. And it's like you went to Mindcrime, to Empire. And with Empire, all the money started rolling in. So it's like, all right, I'm going to stay with this and everything. But they were never really like a close-knit band of brothers where he's like, one for all for one. I'm going to stay on forever. He basically got his money from Empire. You know, the band argued what direction to go next. And he said, you know, at the end of the day, I don't need money anymore. I want to fucking fly planes. And that's what Chris DeGarmo of Queensryche is doing right now. He's out there flying planes. You know?
You mean like a pilot?
He's a pilot. That's what he's doing. You know, he's a private pilot. Great camera work, Johnny. Great camera work. There you go. Never show up on camera.
Look at that guitar back there with the
James Bond.
Oh, James Bond. Oh,
you don't know what that is?
That's the barrel, the gun barrel.
Yeah, that's the gun barrel of James Bond on a BC Rich Mockingbird. It's cool looking.
Oh, wow. I wish you would ship that one.
Johnny wants it, and Dane says, no.
Nah.
Nah.
I think I understand why he's not shipping. I think he got too many returns, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, it's a Jay Hannon situation.
Because he kept selling to Jay. It's like, all right, Jay, I'll ship you the guitar. Oh, it's back already. He knew something was wrong when Jay said, hey, part of this deal is you have to include a return label. You know, and you know, here's another example of guys that basically, you know, left the music industry and are, I think, full of shit. Jason Newsted. Okay,
yeah,
Jason,
I love Jason, but man,
come on, man, he's full of shit. First of all, okay, take us back to the Injustice for All album. He was super pissed because his bass was totally cut out of the mix. Okay?
He should have quit the band right there and walked off. But he didn't.
Mistake. It's not the producer. It wasn't the producer. It was totally Lars and James, because if you look at their history in Metallica, even on their first demo, that first Metallica demo, it says right in the wrapper, if you have an original or a copy of the original, it says, hey, to enjoy Metallica fully, turn the bass all the way down, because the Metallica sound technically is, you know, the sharp guitars and the heavy drums. You know, it's the snare. So it's like, you know, you're right out of the gate with a band that is not big on bass as a sound. Now you're Jason Newsted. You replace the late Cliff, rest in peace, who was terrific, and you know, you do Injustice for All, which was a great album, and yet you try to listen for the bass in that mix.
Ain't in there.
Ain't there.
Luckily, the Black album redeemed He redeemed himself in that. 'Cause
Absolutely.
you could hear the bass.
Sure, especially something like Enter Sandman, and absolutely. But here's his thing: he basically in an interview said, "Well, after the Black Album, we toured years. I had a lot of money, and I wanted to do what I wanted to do, and I wanted to play different styles of music because you play the Black Album so much, it gets boring, it gets tiring, and stuff. And let's see." I wanted to do, this try and try this and different styles that Metallica was doing. I want to do my own thing, so I've got little projects I like to do, and that keeps me busy. Jason, the last time someone saw you was fucking Metallica. That's it, brother. That's it. Don't give us that bullshit line that you're happier now. And, come on, fuck that. Bullshit. I call it same as fucking Matt Sorum. Bullshit. You wish to God you got that call from Dave Mustaine and said, "Hey, do you want to play bass on the new Megadeth?" Yes, please. I'm so bored. Don't give me that shit. Don't give me that shit.
Here's the thing, though. It's physically is a lot of work to perform in a huge band like that and do a 90-minute show. Physically, it is a lot of work. If
it's
Steel
a lot of
Panther
money.
called me right now and said, "Dude, come and play some covers," I'd be like, "Dude, my knees
But
hurt
it's the
too
job.
bad."
It's the job. Like we talked about Lynch.
Issues.
That's your job.
Yeah.
You're tired of stocking the shelves at Walmart. You work at Walmart. That's your job. So you go to work every day.
Wait, Dane, you make
shelves.
You make a point and then fucking walk away.
And then he drops the mic and he walks away.
Because you said Dave Ellison autographed Schechter.
Is that written in jizz?
It is.
It looks like it was just splashed on there.
It's
Spurted
the
on.
Jizzcaster.
It's just spurted on. Oh no.
Thumbnail.
Penis sells, but who's buying?
Wait, so that guy has his own bases?
No,
Yeah,
he
Dane's
just
got one right
autographed this
there.
one.
Oh, he just autographed it? That's
Yeah,
it?
I got it traded.
Oh, so that
in,
is jizz.
2 or 3
Okay, I
days
was right.
ago, and because Dave lives up here in Scottsdale, he was at a local bookstore or
what kind of bookstore?
Oh no. Yeah, I ran into him at a bookstore. He was in the back room where the curtain is, and they have those booths with the glory holes in them. I looked through one. I said, "Hey, I see David Ellison. Is that you?" I feel
He's
bad.
like, wait,
for
I know
David
that.
Ellison.
I saw that on
I feel
Facebook.
bad. Yeah, I saw that video. He's recreating a video.
I'm not saying shit. I'm friends with.
Nah, I
Dave,
know. And you know on here, we like David Ellison.
I don't
I'm
think
not-
he should have
we
got
think he
kicked
got
out
a
of
raw
the
deal.
band.
He got a raw deal.
I'm
He
not
got a
saying
raw
shit.
deal,
Raw
dude.
deal.
He shouldn't have got kicked out of the band.
I'm not
for
saying
that.
shit.
Now we've talked about this before. He got a raw deal.
I like
We're
Dave.
making jokes now.
I
but
like Dave. I'm friends with him and his son, and I'm not saying a fucking word.
no,
not a word.
No, you're clear, man.
Okay, you can
but
see his
but for the rest
autograph.
of us, we like David. We like. We
I
don't.
will
think he
say-
should have been kicked out.
I will say it's a bullshit. It was a bullshit deal that Mustaine decided to kick Dave out of Megadeth for that. The reality is, in my opinion, there was a lot more going on than that, and that was just the quote unquote proverbial straw that broke the camel's back that gave him a convenient political in a way where he would look good by
Doing
getting Dave Ellefson off the band, because
Right.
Megadeth without Dave Ellefson in it is boring. It's like Aerosmith without Joe Perry. They need each other. Dave and Dave are like Dave and Eddie.
They're
There's
a great team.
They're a great team, and that would have been a great record with Ellefson on it. And if the new bass player happens to be Lamenzo, or the word has it, it's the kid from Testament on the record.
Well, the touring bass player
is
was,
Lamenzo.
is Lamenzo,
Is
but
Lamenzo.
he wasn't on the record. They've said
No, I think that's the kid from Testament that's on the record. But I think that if the kid is playing Ellefson's bass lines, the same bass lines that were on it, and just re-recorded over it, more power to him. It'll be a great sounding Megadeth record. But
Yeah.
David Ellefson belongs in Megadeth.
Let me tell you something.
The band he did
Even-
F5. He did a great band called F5 that was good, but it's not Megadeth.
Even if Mustaine wanted to get rid of him, why the fuck get rid of his tracks that were all laid down already? And they must have been good.
Of course they're good. It's Dave Ellefson.
Exactly. And that's the sound you want to hear. So why couldn't you just say, look, I'll pay you for the work you did. Why spend literally more money, to fucking, have that little twist of the knife,
Sharon,
'Cause
Sharon Osbourne would have done it the same way.
That's
Dave
Mustaine. Because Dave Mustaine is a spiteful man.
Yeah, I guess so.
He's a spiteful man. That's the way he is, and more power to him for it. It's his record, it's his band, it's his company, and he's going to do it the way he wants to do it. And if you don't like it, tough shit. And that's why he's playing second fiddle to Lamb of God on a tour. Because
they're co-headlining, I think, right?
Yeah, but that's
because I see Megadeth first on every bill I've seen.
It's Lamb of God. Who's selling tickets? Lamb of God, Hatebreed, and Trivium. Megadeth is you and me going to see Megadeth. But you and me on a Tuesday night.
Rock.
Yeah, you and me on a Tuesday night at a club in Topeka, Kansas is not enough for those guys to go out on the road. They need to have
after this show.
They need to get as long as it's over by 9:30.
Yeah, as long as
and by not having Dave in the band is probably going to have their ticket sales even go down even more.
Agreed.
I think so. I think it was a mistake, and I'm sure it was internal shit more than some bullshit. Yeah, there's a Mustaine on my sheets right now.
How much is that bass, Dane?
It's a $400 or $500 bass, and when I traded it,
which is it? $400 or $500? How much are you selling it for?
Well, everything's negotiable, but
okay.
Was it shippable?
But the autograph doesn't help. Oh, it's suddenly worth a lot more money now. I don't. The autograph doesn't make any difference on its value.
Depends what it's written in.
Is it disappearing ink?
If
that ink turns crusty, man.
let me ask you something. With purchase, does Dave Mustaine come to your store and wipe it off?
Yeah.
Thank you, Jesus Rapes Me. Jesus Rapes Me says,
walks in and goes, I'm trying to erase all history of Dave Ellefson, so let me clean that. I brought some acetone. I'm going to clean that off.
Hey, me, it's me again. I'm wiping off your bass.
One of the coldest things I've ever heard, and it was in an interview that I did with Lars. I had mentioned to him something that Mustaine had said, and so I mentioned to, and I had said something about
Jeff T.
Mustaine had made some sort of a quote, and I said to Lars in the interview, I go, Lars, Dave was talking about something. He goes, Dave who? And I went, Dave Mustaine. He goes, oh, Dave, yeah. Oh, Dave Mustaine, yeah, he was in our band for 11 months. And I was like,
he?
Oh.
Is that where I've heard his name?
He goes, he was in our band for 11 months, 35 years ago. Yeah, I always know when there's a new Megadeth record coming up because Dave Mustaine is starting to say stuff. I was like, oh, shit. Like, Lars was just like Lars was Mustaine assassin. Just fucking ended it quick. He's like, so what did Dave say? I was like, oh, never mind. I'm sorry I ever even brought it up.
He said Megadeth eventually surpassed Metallica in staying true to their original sound, is what he said. Just saying.
The only one of the big four, the only two of the big four that stayed true to their sound were Slayer and Anthrax.
Oh, easily.
And even Slayer got away from it for a little while.
And I think Megadeth stayed truer than Metallica.
Metallica branched out, but the Metallica that covered Turn the Page would have had its ass kicked by the Metallica that wrote Leper Messiah.
Oh yeah, no question.
I mean, the Metallica that wrote Leper Messiah would laugh at the Metallica that covered Tuesday's Gone. The Metallica that wrote, Sanitarium would beat the shit out of the Metallica that recorded a record with Lou Reed. So I mean,
or covered Bob Seger.
Yeah, and that's
That's what he said. Turn the page.
yeah, that's the thing is Metallica has and by the way, I'm not taking shots at Metallica. I love Metallica, and I love their cover of Thin Lizzy. I love their cover of Leonard Skinner, and I love the fact that they do
We love Metallica.
weird avant-garde things, but them branching out and trying to do things that were not Metallica-like or Metallica-esque did cost them some fans. There's a big contingent of Metallica fans that think that everything after Injustice for All sucks. And that's not true. But that's what they believe, and they're entitled to that. Mm-hmm. There's Metallica has two different fan bases, and the Black Album is the dividing line. There's the people that love Metallica pre-Black Album, and there's the people that were turned on to Metallica by the Black Album and know everything forward.
So the Metallica Black Album is their version of Roth versus Hagar.
Probably,
basically,
yes.
Yeah.
It's a turning point for that band. There's Metallica pre-Bob Rock and Metallica post-Bob Rock. Bob Rock is considered the Yoko of the Metallica world, because when those first records that came out prior to them getting together with Bob Rock, they were engineered by a guy named Flemming Rasmussen, and Flemming Rasmussen is responsible for that crunchy Metallica sound that you love so much on Battery and that you love so much on Master of Puppets and Leper Messiah. And Bob Rock brought the bass in and made them sound fucking huge. But he is the turning point for that band. Right, wrong, or indifferent, that's the truth.
Mm-hmm. No, look, my favorite Metallica albums are the Black Album and everything before it. But I really love the Black Album. That's the difference. A lot of people are, like you said, one or the other. I love the Black Album and everything after it, or love everything before the Black Album. I'm the opposite. I love everything before and including the Black Album, and then various ups and downs over the years.
Yeah, I will say I love everything Metallica does. I'm a big fan of the band. But there are more stinkers on an album post-1997 than there were pre-1997.
Sure.
For example, I love stuff like Low Man's Lyric. I love stuff like Better Than You. But I hate The Unforgiven 2 and The Unforgiven 3.
Well,
I love The Unforgiven
for it.
That's my point. So a lot like with Guns N' Roses on the Illusion records, I think that Metallica post-1995 got a little bloated and started to put some stuff on records that is less favorable to my ears. But that said, the good songs on those records, like if Metallica puts 9 or 10 songs on Reload, of those 9 or 10 songs, 7 of them are fucking phenomenal, and there are 3 stinkers. But the 7 phenomenal songs are worth tolerating the 3 stinkers. Whereas there's not a stinker on Master of Puppets or Ride the Lightning or the Black Album.
To me, that's their best album. I've talked about that.
What, Master? Of course. Master's the greatest heavy metal album ever recorded.
It's phenomenal.
It's the greatest heavy metal album ever recorded.
And I was lucky to see that tour with Cliff Alive, opening for Ozzy, and they were magnificent. Really
It is as great as the Black Album
is. Cliff Burton.
As big as the Black Album is, Master of Puppets is the greatest metal album ever recorded. Better than anything Black Sabbath did. Better than anything any of the other big four. It is the greatest. If there was one, if you were to say to yourself, what defines heavy metal? If you were to say, what does heavy metal sound like? Master of Puppets is the record that you put on for people that have never heard metal before. And I don't care if you say thrash metal or whatever version of it. Heavy metal is
too many subgenres.
Heavy metal is defined perfectly from the minute the first acoustic guitar of Battery and to the end of Damage Incorporated. Start to finish, it is a flawless, perfect album. And if you wanted to point that out to somebody, and then the greatest hard rock record of all time is Back in Black. I'm like, you can take certain records and just go, this is the perfect document for what this music is. But to me, the greatest metal album of all time is Master of Puppets. It's not even close.
Well,
I gotta disagree with you. I'm sorry, Dane. I gotta disagree with you real quick on the greatest metal album, because clearly it's Jethro Tull.
Well, yes, in 1989, I was made aware. Great story about that. So Ian Anderson from Jethro Tull calls his man.
He was nominated.
Yes, true story. So he calls his
me too.
Calls his manager and says, "Hey, I've been nominated for the Grammys. Should I go?" And his manager says, "Nah, you're nominated against Metallica. Metallica's going to win this thing. Don't even bother going to the fucking Grammys. So Jethro, so Ian Anderson says, all right, well, I'm not going to go. Well, Grammys night shows up, and Jethro Tull beats Metallica for the Grammy in 1989. The manager,
biggest load of shit in the world.
Ian Anderson's manager, thinks he's going to be fucked because Ian Anderson is notoriously difficult to work with. And if he makes a mistake like that and costs Ian Anderson the opportunity to go up and pick up his Grammy, arguably the greatest crowning achievement of your career is to win a Grammy. So they say. So Ian Anderson isn't there to accept the Grammy award that he just won by beating Metallica for greatest heavy metal album. What happens is they announce Ian Anderson, they announce that Jethro Tull wins the Grammy. The fucking Grammys go nuts. They're angry. They're furious. And the manager, Ian Anderson's manager, thinks he's going to get fired that Monday. Anderson calls him that Monday and says, hey, man, thank you for telling me not to go to the Grammys. I could not have gone up there and accepted that award. They would have fucking eviscerated me.
He's right.
And it worked out in his favor. But like that, imagine you're the guy, you're Ian Anderson's manager, and you just told him not to go to the Grammys because you told him he never had a chance of winning. He wins it, and you spend the next couple of days thinking, oh, shit, my career's over. He's going to fire me. This guy's going to be furious at me. And the phone call you get is, hey, man, thank you for telling me not to go because that was bullshit.
Spin. That's some spin, right?
Is the luckiest guy on the face of the earth. It's like that picture back in the first Iraq War where Schwarzkopf is holding a press conference, and they show that video of the Jeep driving down the road, and it goes over this bridge, and right after it goes over the bridge, you see the big bomb hit it, and it obliterates the bridge, and Schwarzkopf says, that guy in the car in front is the luckiest man on the face of the earth right now. Because he looked in his rearview mirror and just saw the bridge he drove over vaporized.
It's true.
Yeah, because Ian would have showed up there and he would have, oh my God, I won.
Yeah, he would have been booed. Yeah, he would have got booed, and it would have been embarrassing.
That would have been really embarrassing.
It would have been super embarrassing.
And that was when people watched the goddamn Grammys, even though they stand for nothing.
Can you imagine that, though? Holy shit.
I'm still pissed that Metallica lost, but you know what do I know?
Whatever.
Touching on John.
Oh, yeah, John.
Oh no. Kai Matthews asked me, is there a mom story this week? You know, it's really funny. I didn't have one, and then today she literally calls me as I'm driving home from the studio. And she's like, oh, thank God you called me. I'm like, what's the matter? Is the house burning? No, you know, I have guys at the back of the trunk again. They're trying to open my car trunk, and they can't get it open. You know, she has a car where the battery is in the trunk, and anytime it dies, because she barely uses the car, she calls up AAA. They can't get in the goddamn trunk. They always send a guy down. They try to open up. They always have a problem opening it. And then fucking another guy comes down to help the first guy. Pretty soon there's a chain of guys running a train on my mom's trunk, so to speak. You know? So she's like, well, tell them how to do it. I'm like, dude, just put the fucking key in the trunk hole and turn it and push it, and it'll open. And I don't know what is going on.
Push it.
But
in the trunk
push
hole.
it real good in my trunk. There's five guys in my trunk right now.
In the trunk hole.
They can't get it in my hole and push it. Push it real good. Push it. Push it real good. Yeah, there's probably five guys running a train on my mom right now, and I don't know. How can I ever thank you all for getting my trunk open? As you hear the sound of 5 zippers echoing through the neighborhood. Oh, that again. Oh. Yeah, so there you go. That's my mom's story. And Leo Safko in the chat said, Trivium are great. They really are. They're a great band, absolutely.
Yeah, they're all right. They think they're a little Pantera sometimes.
I like their music though. I think they're really underrated. I'm glad they're on that tour. Let's see, because I've never seen Mancuda without the band. I don't wear a bandana. I wear pink beanies. And I too love Milan
It's like a ski cap.
Wayno. No, yeah, beanies. I wear pink beanies. I wear
Johnny
pink
beanies.
Johnny beanies. Let's see what else is in the chat just to catch up a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, Wayne says you love John Sykes' recorded guitar sound. Thank Bob Rock. Listen, Bob Rock did a lot of cool shit, you know. So I'm not against Bob Rock. Absolutely. Thank you, Sharon. Nursing home sex. I'll tell you, I'm gonna get Mary together with my mom, and my mom's gonna go. You know, I have sex with younger men too. And Mary's like, your son fucks me real good. Yeah, well.
Jesus.
Let me ask Neanderthal something. So Paul's a few minutes ago, he says Metallica, best heavy metal album of all time, right?
Yeah.
AC/DC, best rock and roll album of all time.
Hard rock, yeah.
Hard rock.
Okay, Van Halen 1. How do you categorize that one?
Great.
The best,
great,
Jerry.
Amazing.
Great album. Fantastic album. Fantastic. Arguably one of the four greatest debut albums of all time.
The greatest, and then there's 3 other ones.
No, not true.
There you
But, you know.
What about Led Zeppelin 1? Led Zeppelin's first album.
Half of the record was stolen blues covers without giving credit to other bands. So no.
Right.
And I like Physical Graffiti.
And don't get me wrong, I'm a massive Led Zeppelin fan, but I just because half that record is stolen without credit.
But we didn't know it was stolen until like 10 years ago.
Sure, we did. It's on the record. Those blues songs were there. I mean, they were completely stolen. And that's fine, but Led Zeppelin's debut album is fantastic, but it's not as good as Van Halen's debut album. Led Zeppelin 2, different story. Led Zeppelin 2 was a phenomenal record, but Led Zeppelin 1 was full of stolen blues covers.
Yeah.
And it's great, but it's not as good as Back in Black, and it's certain, you know, there are the greatest debut albums.
About in the overall industry of
things.
music, what did, how life-changing was that first Zeppelin album?
Well, without
depends on the people.
Yeah, I think without the first Zeppelin album, you don't get the first Van Halen album. I think there's an argument to be made that, 10 years later, I think, the guys, Eddie Van Halen and those guys, and there's no doubt about it, Eddie, as much as he likes to say Eric Clapton was his influence, I've got audio, and I'm sure Johnny has audio of those guys playing clubs where they're playing Zeppelin covers. Mm-hmm. They played a lot of Zeppelin covers. They didn't play a lot of Clapton covers.
Touche.
So,
playing in the chat. By the way, if you're in the chat right now and you haven't left a thumbs up on the video, please do so, because the show does not get better. So this is as good as it gets, kids. So take a second, leave us a thumbs up on the video, please. Hit that like button and subscribe if you have not subscribed yet. Catching up in the chat, Blacktooth Fox, shout out from England, 3 a.m. Thank you, Blackjack Fox. Thank you for being with us. Appreciate that. Let's see. Craven Soda coming in late. Did I get a haircut? Yeah, all of them. Pretty drastically, too. Yeah, it's for a small part in a movie, so I couldn't wear the beanie today either. Let's see what else. Looking. Catching up in the chat. Yeah, all those award shows are bullshit right now. No bands I really care about ever win awards, even if they deserve it. Really,
music isn't a competition. It's very difficult because when you say greatest of all time of something, that implies competition. And when I say greatest hard rock album or greatest metal album, I'm trying to say this is the best example that I can give you of the form. What Zeppelin did on their debut album was diverse. There was some blues on there. There's some acoustic stuff on there. There's some church organ on there. There's some folk rock influences on there. Same thing with Van Halen. There's some blues in there. There's some stuff that's going on in there that's not indicative of start to finish an example of that form of music. But music is not a competition, man. Anything that you like, any band that you like, is the best band in the world because you dig it. More power to you. Fucking love what you love and don't let anybody tell you it sucks ever.
Especially Paul.
unless it's Supertramp.
There you go.
And it's just that, you know, throughout time, there's been those life-changing albums that have come out.
Oh no,
And
that both of them are life-changing albums. There's no doubt
Yeah,
about that.
everybody
yeah, it's
freaked
just
out when
different.
that stuff came out. Pyromania was kind of maybe in that list. But what do you guys think? You know, we're talking about these life-changing albums that happened 30, 40 years ago. Well, what has been the most recent one that just hit the charts, you know, last year, and just life-changing music that has happened in the last year?
I think the best album that's come out over the past couple of years might be the last Tool record. I love Rival Sons, but nobody cares. The last jaw-dropping band for me, the band that I saw that took my breath away and made me go, holy shit, I can't believe this band is this good, was Rage Against the Machine. That was the last time I saw something and went, oh my God.
I like that.
Yeah, that vocal delivery was unlike
Just
nothing anybody's ever heard before.
just fantastic. I mean, you know, I think the Mammoth record is great, but it's not breaking any new ground. It's just a very, very good, very well put together, very well performed, well executed, modern, you know, rock record. I think it's a great record, but there's nothing groundbreaking about it, and that's okay. But it does exactly what Shinedown does, and a variety of other great, you know, middle of the road mainstream bands do, and that's exactly what it's supposed to do, and it's like what I would expect it to do from a guy who was 30 years old. He grew up listening to Creed and Pearl Jam and Nirvana and Foo Fighters, and so it makes sense that those records would sound like that, just like all the 80s bands that grew up listening to Zeppelin and Aerosmith would sound like Zeppelin and Aerosmith, or the Rolling Stones. I mean, that influence is clear. But there isn't a groundbreaking rock band in the United States right now. There just isn't. Rest of the world, yeah. You go down to South America and rock bands are playing to hundreds of thousands of people. Go over to Japan and they're able to fill, you know, their hockey arenas over there. It's not hockey, but whatever their arenas are.
No, Japan is filling Budokan with baby metal.
Yeah,
They sell out Budokan constantly, which is
stunning.
huge venue.
But yeah, the last, I mean, the two greatest different ends of the spectrum, Rage Against the Machine and Tool were the last phenomenal bands. The thing about Tool is they treat their fans like shit, so I have a hard time with that. But they're uber talented. I mean, Fear Inoculum is a stunningly well-made record. You have to have a very tolerant musical palate to listen to Tool, because their songs are fucking 9 minutes long and they're meandering and they don't really have a hook. And sometimes they go through multiple time signatures in the same song, but they are brilliantly executed, brilliantly recorded, sonic masterpieces. And so if you can tolerate the way that they treat their fans and how long it takes between albums, it's well worth it. It's one of those bands that delivers every time. I have no problem buying a Tool record without ever having heard a note on it, because I know it's going to be good.
Well, how do they treat their fans?
They're derisive about it. They just don't.
Do they throw feces into the audience like Gigi Allen?
No, they're not Gigi Allen. But they
fuck you.
But they do, they are, one of the things that they do is they sort of, let's face it, fans of all bands can be somewhat demanding, somewhat nerdy, and somewhat possessive of the bands that they love. And Tool is like, guys, get a fucking life. They're like that bit, that Shatner bit where
I was about to say convention. Captain Kirk at the Comic-Con.
That's the Tool are kind of like that. They're like, look,
take off those stupid Spock ears. Look at you. You're an adult.
Yeah, they're kind of Tool are kind of like that. They're like, look, we're a fucking band. So everybody go get a life. Go to your job. And when we put out a record, we'll give you a record, but get off our fucking back.
Do they consider their fans tools?
Well,
we named the band after our fans. You all suck.
Yes,
and for all of you out there who suck.
Hellstorm. Devin Townsend is like that as well, sure. But Devin Townsend is nowhere near as big as Tool are worldwide. Devin Townsend's
Big Tool. They should have just called the band Big Tool.
Yeah.
Then my mother would like them more. Ah,
Maybe.
really? Big
Uh,
Tool.
Yeah, Mama Mancuda's a size queen. Who knew?
Hold on.
I think System of a Down was pretty groundbreaking with that vocal delivery that guy had.
I don't think it's anything different than Frank Zappa did 30 years before them. And Frank Zappa did what System of a Down does. It's Frank Zappa played like Rage Against the Machine, and that's cool. I'm just saying that's what I don't. I think Frank Zappa did a lot of what System of a Down does, and that's great.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what. You asked about the album in the past year that was like a big deal and stuff. I'll give you the name. It's not metal. But I'll tell you who it is, and I've actually no shit. I've been listening to it lately. Olivia Rodrigo, this young girl basically wrote an album. Like half the songs are about psycho chicks during a breakup. Like Taylor Swift, she breaks up with a guy and she writes a song about him on an album, and that's like her thing. Her ex-boyfriend's like, well, I have a song written about them, like, you hurt me so bad, blah blah blah. This girl Olivia Rodrigo, every song or every other song is like her being hurt, her being burned, her ex-boyfriend's a scumbag. It's like, and it's a great fucking album. It really is. The biggest song on it is called Good For You. And in it, she's basically like, good for you. I see you found another girl. Good for you. I guess your career's going on. Good for you. I guess your car's nice. I guess good for you. You had no problem moving on from someone like me. And she's singing all about this. And during the video, she goes into a shop and buys a gas can. And she's like burning down a house that looks like, I guess it's the ex-boyfriend's house. And she's like burning it down. It's like, holy shit. Don't date this girl, But she takes Taylor Swift's bitterness to like the next level. It's kind of funny.
But that only plays for so long, though. I mean, that's one of the things that made me tired of Korn. Like, how many times can Korn talk about how Daddy Bad touched you? At some point.
But Korn makes an appearance so often in my shit. I see them all the time.
I've always said that Korn is the band that looks the same as the Bowl as they did on the plate.
Korn.
But I mean, it's funny because some of that new metal stuff that System of a Down and Rage Against the Machine are so good at, and I'm not a huge System of a Down fan, but I recognize why people are.
I like them.
Some of those bands, go back, as much as I'm gonna probably regret saying this, go back and listen to $3 Bill Y'all by Limp Bizkit or Chocolate Starfish. Those are great fucking songs. They may not be enduring songs, but if you go back and you listen to those songs,
I like Limp Bizkit.
You will be transported back to that time immediately.
Oh yeah.
Break Stuff is a fantastic song. Nookie is a fantastic song.
It's a great album overall. It's a great album.
They're great songs, played by absolute douchebags. And that's the tough part is you have to be able to separate your enjoyment of the music from your revulsion of the person that plays it.
They were definitely at the top of their game. What was that?
They were very good at what they did.
Oh yeah.
1999, the Woodstock Part 2, right?
They were great. They were great at what they do.
They're really good.
Break Stuff, hot dog flavored water, chocolate starfish, and hot dog flavor. And even the results may vary. The one record that they did with Sonny Mayo from Snot, replacing Wes Borland, was a fun record. There's a song called Head for the Barricade on that. That's really good. Almost Over is great. I mean, there's a lot of really good songs on those records, but because Fred Durst is such a douche, it's difficult to admit that you like those albums.
I can think of a lot of albums over the last year that were great. Sunbomb, I think, was great, but was it like a major, influence on people? Was it groundbreaking? No. And that's where I bring up like that girl, Olivia Rodrigo, not even our genre, not even, 80s metal, but you're asking the question when metal is an us thing that we love metal, but your general American audience, for those of us in America, it's not a thing.
I mean, let's face it.
Laz.
The
Wait. Hold
Good.
on. Breaking news here. Breaking news. And now the news. Just to let you know, my mom's stuck in Chicago now for the night. Plane not right. I'm driving home. Thank you, Music Therapy Laz, on location.
Yeah, I hope she's okay.
He's
Hope
on
she gets
location
home.
in Chicago.
Everybody's safe.
Absolutely.
The new AC/DC album was very surprisingly good. Again, not breaking
surprising.
No, I didn't know because we didn't know Brian when he came back what he would sound like. We didn't know what it would be like for them to make a record.
I expect consistency.
Wait, hold on.
from
Go
them.
back to Music Therapy Last for a minute. What is he on, some Continental USA road trip or something? Because he was in LA with you or up in Santa Cruz with you, Johnny. What, 2 weeks ago?
He's on tour right now.
He's
The
out
Laz
on
tour.
tour.
The Laz tour.
I thought he was going to drop by my shop. He left me a message one day. Hey, I'm coming through Phoenix. I
Never a
saw him.
stop.
He's driving his van down there.
Hi, buddy.
I thought he was going to come through.
Hi, buddy.
Now he's in Chicago?
He's chasing
Yes.
her flight.
It's a fast van. I've seen it. I've seen him drive that van. It's very quick.
115 in the chat right now. Take a second, leave a thumbs up. Let's break 100 right now. If you haven't left a like on the video right now, please take a second, leave a thumbs up, because why not? It's free.
Yeah, we just need 22 of them. That's all we need.
Yeah, that's all. If
Taylor
you please.
Taylor 315 asks a pretty interesting question. What do we think of David Lee Roth turning down Nikki Sixx to open for Motley Crue?
I was going to bring that up later, but yeah.
I think that's his choice. More power to him. Again, David Lee Roth is sometimes his own worst enemy. If the job didn't pay enough for him to do it, then you don't do the gig. I think the idea that David Lee Roth saying that, allegedly saying that he doesn't open for bands that he influenced, I think is kind of goofy.
That was arrogant. That was just
but that's
arrogant.
Dave. That's just Dave being Dave.
Yeah, I mean, look,
So
I
Nikki Sixx
understand.
offered to be in Dave's band.
No. What it was is when the stadium tour was first forming, Motley Crue said, okay, who should be the act that opens before us? Poison wasn't their first choice. David Lee Roth was, thinking, okay, he's going to do Van Halen old school, and again, before he, was, denigrating into, the ability he is now, I mean, they said, well, he'll make Vince look good. So I mean that's basically
and that could very easily be exactly why Nikki Sixx put him in there.
I could see it.
Oh,
because Dave is older and not as good as he once was, and
he doesn't use backing tracks and stuff like that. So I mean, look, we've talked about this last week ad nauseum. Lee Roth, I mean, look, he's older, but we love Dave. I mean, what do you do? But the fun part is, so Nikki was thinking of getting Lee Roth as the initial opening act. And Dave basically turned him down, saying, I don't open for bands that I was an influence on, and financially, it was very stupid. But I think it was more of an ego thing than anything, and I don't even think Motley Crue was influenced by Van Halen. I think they had different influences. But with that said, I think Dave basically was, insulted because he used to have Motley Crue open up for Van Halen, and rightfully so, because Van Halen will always be the bigger band with Eddie. Now that it's Dave, whole different world.
I think it's very difficult to, as we welcome Caleb Rappaport from Nerd Halen into the chat.
Nerd Halen, the future of Van Halen, baby.
I think it's very difficult to, time doesn't suspend, and I think it's very difficult. Like I've said before, I don't want to see 60-year-old Red Hot Chili Peppers out on stage singing Fight Like a Brave. I don't want to see 70-year-old David Lee Roth out there on an inflatable Davesicle, or the microphone, or with the big, stupid, oversized cowboy hat and jumping around. I just don't. I mean, it's not. At some point, you want to remember your heroes as you remember them. And people like, the reason why Kiss continues to work is because that makeup doesn't age.
True.
And so they're perpetually, they look the same as they did in 1975, albeit a little bit thicker.
And those costumes hide a lot of flaws. They
right.
really
And
do.
except for Paul Stanley's in amazing shape.
Yeah,
But those
he's incredible.
But the thing about Kiss is when you put that face paint on, that face paint doesn't age. King Diamond, who is old as fuck, that face paint doesn't age.
Alice Cooper.
The idea that Slipknot can wear masks, it doesn't matter, or Ghost. You know, the funny thing about Ghost is there's nobody in Ghost except for Till. Till Lindemann is the only guy in Ghost. The rest of the guys are background players, but who cares? You put a mask on them and give them a guitar, and they're in Ghost. The product is predicated upon longevity and being able to be timeless. And David Lee Roth is not timeless. Time caught up to him real quick. And that's the unfortunate part. And all bands go through it, except for some of them age gracefully. AC/DC has been able to age gracefully. The Rolling Stones have been able to age gracefully. There have been a handful of Paul Rogers, Queen. There are a handful of bands that have been able to age gracefully. But when your band is predicated upon youth and energy, it's tough to watch. It's tough to watch. And that's one of the things with Metallica. One of the things that's great about Metallica was the anger and the fact that they were so rebellious. Well, it's tough to be rebellious when you're a grandfather and a 15-digit bank account. What are you mad at?
Wow. You could say that about anyone that succeeded, but, you know, at the end of the day, they're channeling angst to whoever. But the good news is with someone like Metallica, it's fun, it's heavy, it's cool.
It is now.
Versus
it is
grunge,
now.
which was like angst, let's, kill each other. I mean, it was
stupid. Oh, I'm
stupid.
sorry. Yeah, you're right. Tobias Forge. I'm thinking that Till Lindemann is somebody in Rammstein, I think. My apologies. You're right, Bozique. Tobias Forge is the guy that's in Ghost. My apologies. My correction. Till is Rammstein. But yeah, I mean, Tubin. Yes, Big Wreck is one of my favorite bands on the planet. They've been around for 30 years and nobody cares. Six phenomenal records.
But do you guys think it would be beneficial for Roth to actually put a superstar band together? Because I've seen a current interview with Billy Sheehan, and Billy's like, I'd gladly go jam with Roth again.
And Vi says the same thing.
He should get together and do what they were doing a few years ago when they tried to do it at the Hollywood Bowl. I was at that show. Fire department shut it down due to overcrowding. No one wanted to leave, and they shut the show down. Dave should bring that band back because no matter how much they age, Greg Bissonette and Steve Vai and Billy Sheehan, their music doesn't age. They play as good as ever, and they could hide a lot of Roth's flaws.
But guitars don't get tired.
Exactly.
Guitars don't get tired. Guitars, as long as Steve Vai has that dexterity in his fingers. Look, Les Paul played up until the day he died.
Lucky Strike. Thank you, Keith Campbell.
Lucky Strike.
Not Hollywood.
So do you think,
but it was in Hollywood?
Financially, is it feasible for Roth to put that band together?
Well, he doesn't need the money.
What else has he got going on? He's trying to go out there. It's not like he's not trying. He's going opening for Kiss. He's, he wants to go out. He did the Vegas thing for a while. It's not like he doesn't want to keep working. That's the way he would keep working. And you know what? It would be good for everyone involved. Steve Vai out of them is the only one that's really doing a lot of work. Sheehan's doing some work.
Steve Vai needs to finish the goddamn secret jewel box.
Wow, we're mad at Steve.
My mother wishes he would finish my box.
Oh no, I'm mad on that because I've had that secret jewel box. God, I've had it for almost 30 years. When did that first thing come out? My God.
Do you guys think that Steve thinks he's better than that? Going back,
no. Steve Vai doesn't have an ego at all.
No, he was willing to do it. Steve's like a super humble guy.
No, Steve Vai.
Johnny, put up a survey for the chat. I want to see if David Lee Roth put back together the David Lee Roth band with Steve Vai, Greg Bissonette, and Billy Sheehan. Would you go see them? Would you put your money down and go see them, even though Roth's performance is what it is today? Would you see them with that band? I want to know, yes or no. Putting up a survey right now. Hang on a second. Johnny's getting it together, and we'll tell the answer in a minute.
Here's the great thing about that. That band, you've heard the phrase, a badass doesn't have to tell people they're a badass. You just
Sure.
know.
Mhm.
Greg Bissonette, Steve Vai, and Billy Sheehan are all badasses. They don't have
Sure.
to tell people how good they are. Yngwie has to tell everybody how great he is. You know what I mean? There are some guitar players that, Uli John Roth, Michael Schenker, those guys tell people that they're great guitar players.
Yngwie does that when he has sex. He goes in the bathroom. I'll be right back. Hold on 1 second. Come on, penis. You're the best. You're the biggest. You're the hardest. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, ready. Ready. And
But
then he
that's-
starts jerking off because he's having sex with himself.
But that's the thing, is badasses don't have to tell people they're badasses, and that band is badass. The problem is Roth would have to pay them, and Roth doesn't want to do that. And Roth doesn't want anybody to be bigger than him. He still has that need, that incessant need. I don't know if he doesn't believe his place is cemented in legend, or I don't know what it is about Dave. He's just never happy. He's an unhappy guy. Can't quite figure it out. Love him. Huge fan. You would be hard pressed to find a bigger fan of David Lee Roth than me. But you can't ignore the fact that he's clearly unhappy with something and can't seem to find his place on his own.
And I think that's what it is, because when he first left Van Halen, he was all piss and vinegar because he put together an incredible super band that literally went toe to toe with Van Halen and Hagar and the 5150 album. I really think that both of those albums were mega successes at that time. Yankee Rose was all over the place, incredible song and video. And at that time, he's like, hey, I'm holding my own against my old band. Now he's in a different position. He went from Steve Vai to Jason Becker, and after that, it started going downhill. and now he's doing, whatever he can, and he's not drawing that popularity that he thinks he deserves because of his former glory.
I think, he had a hard time after the Becker thing happened, because I think he thought he found the next Eddie Van Halen. Even though Becker was already great before he ever met David Lee Roth. But that was an opportunity for that door to be open and make him a household name.
Caleb Rappaport won't play with him. Dave said, I could get Caleb Rappaport. Caleb's like, I'm better than that, man. No.
That goes back to what Dane was saying earlier. I'm too big for that. I don't want to lower myself. And then he did the record with Lowry, the DLR band record, which was a phenomenal record. And John Lowry could have been the next big thing for David Lee Roth, except for Lowry has his own thing going. He was already with Marilyn Manson. He was already with Rob Zombie. He had his own band called Loser, which that record never came out because he stayed with Rob Zombie. But there's a great, I have the record that he did. It was his own band. And he made the DLR band record, and he made a second record with David Lee Roth that will eventually probably see the light of day when Dave needs the money. And he's never been able to find that musical thing. And a lot like Sammy Hagar today and Gene Simmons talking about Van Halen, there's that need to relive past glory. And Dave can't do it because because he's bald and he's old. And he'll never be Diamond Dave again. And that's a tough thing. It's like an athlete.
It's hard.
It's like an athlete that sticks around too long. The reason why Tom Brady is still great is because Tom Brady is still great. But eventually Tom Brady will be Brett Favre. And somebody will have to tell him, the party's over. It's time for you to go.
And touching on Jason Becker, I was going to say, but the chat beat me to it. Cacophony. Absolutely. Fucking incredible albums. Okay, so let's take a look at our survey. 81% of you would go see David Lee Roth with Vai, Sheehan, and Bissonette. Absolutely, and I'm right with you. Absolutely.
Sure. Because, just for the fun of it, just to smile.
Yeah, because that's nostalgia and that's great music, even if it's the same reason that Dokken with George Lynch still now gets good money for shows with Lynch. Where, again, nothing against John Levin, but nostalgia is a very powerful thing, and we will pay for it. I'm wearing a Rom t-shirt. You know why? Because as a teenager, I loved Rom the Space Knight.
Yeah, no, it's a yes. Keith Campbell, yes, Brett Tuggle should be part of it, but he never gets named. He's just the keyboard player. How many times did you see that when Roth was on stage? They'd be there, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the keyboard player. Like, he never said his name. Brett Tuggle is the one guy that David Lee Roth fucked his entire career. He'd be like, Stevie Vai and badass Billy Sheehan, and I'm behind the drums, Mr. Greg Bissonette, and let's hear it for the keyboard player. It's like, oh man.
The keyboard player's mother was in the audience during that show, like, oh.
Yeah, Brett Tuggle never got a stroke from David Lee Roth. That sucked. He was the guy that was there on the Eat 'Em and Smile tour. He was there on the Skyscraper tour. He might have been there on the A Little Ain't Enough tour. He's like Dizzy Reed with Guns N' Roses. He's just there collecting the check. By the way, as long as the check clears, who gives a shit? But still, let's hear it for the keyboard player was always the, oh,
yeah.
no.
There was even that keyboard player in Cinderella who actually made it in that one
Rick
video.
Graniti.
Yeah, he
Rick
made it in
Graniti.
the video. Uh-huh.
Yeah, he looked like Beethoven. He had the white hair. They had the really bad white hair.
Yeah. And
Rick Graniti was his name. I don't know why I know that.
For Shake Me, or maybe it's the other one, Somebody Save Me, and you're, who's that guy?
Yeah.
And look, Bozique, I would absolutely see Sheehan with the Winery Dogs. I would absolutely see Vi's solo show. Absolutely to all that. But you don't have to choose. That's the thing. You can go see George Lynch with Dokken and George Lynch with his own band and whatever. You could go see Steve Vai solo and Steve Vai with David Lee Roth. I'm just saying for Roth, when he's at this point in his career and it's getting real difficult, here's a shot to relive some of that former glory hole. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a real opportunity for
he needs
for
all
Dave
the help
to go.
he can get at this point.
Absolutely.
Let's go back.
This is your option.
Let's go back to last week. We were talking about the most underrated bands that should have been bigger and should get more credit than they do. Cinderella is one of those bands.
Oh, sure.
Cinderella is a fantastic band that I think because when Night Songs came out, they had the purple scarves and they looked a little bit too much like Aerosmith and too much like Faster Pussycat and too glammy that I think they were discarded as a glam band. And then Long Cold Winter came out and it's a brilliant record. And Heartbreak Station is great. And Still Climbing is great. Those are great, great songs by a great band that I think falls into that underrated category that we were talking about last week.
They were always extremely blues driven. And again, I use my last week example of Great White as an example of that. They really, really were underrated. Cinderella, absolutely.
Shit, yeah.
And you know what their most underrated single was?
The Last Mile.
Dane, do you want to guess? We've talked about it on the show before.
Home, Last Train Home, or whatever it was.
No, good guess though. Johnny, what do you think? Cinderella's most underrated track, and we've talked about it on the show before.
Falling Apart.
Johnny knows it.
I know what it is. I don't know.
Pat's Dogs! The cookie's never tired! Pat's Dogs! The flame is always
yes. Yeah, the hot dog commercial.
Hot dog commercial. By the way, if you haven't seen that, if you're just joining us on the show and you have not yet seen the Cinderella Pat's Dogs commercial from before they broke big, YouTube it after the show.
Really
Pat's
funny.
Dogs
I have
in
seen that.
Philly. And you'll die laughing.
It's great.
It's a winner.
I think
pay special attention to the one eating the hot dog, the hot dog bun without a hot dog in it, because he was a vegetarian and he refused to eat a hot dog.
I saw him in 1999 opening up for Poison, and he's on his piano and he's like, I can't tell you, baby, what went He's on this little bitty grand piano. He stands up, the guitar tech hands him a guitar, he straps on that Les Paul, and he goes, come on, right into the guitar lead.
Yeah, he's a super talented guy.
Oh, he's killing. He does that today.
Off stage, just like that.
if you are so inclined, YouTube Tom Kiefer at KDKB. I had him on my show years ago, playing Gypsy Road and I think Don't Know What You Got Till It's Gone. And acoustically in the studio, and he crushes it. He's phenomenal. He's so good at it, and it's just fun to watch him play. He's a nice guy. The guys in Cinderella were nice guys.
Tom Kiefer's still nice. I saw him.
He's a super nice guy.
I had him autograph that Pat's Dog's guitar, and he was a super nice guy. We were sitting, and he was telling me all about the story behind it and the commercial and the whole 9 yards.
Now that Night Songs record is a generic hard rock record, and Shake Me is a fantastic song on that record, but that record is fairly forgettable, third tier, typical hard rock that was coming out of the LA scene at the time, even though they weren't from LA.
But I love that stuff.
But it's exactly, it's the generic, it's good, but it's generic and it's not very interesting. Long Cold Winter comes out, and the minute Bad Seamstress Blues kicks in that you're in for a different record. It's a better record.
Sure.
It's a better produced record. It's a mature record. They wrote better songs. They were a band that was definitely in a much better pocket. And I think that Long Cold Winter is one of those underrated classics from that era that I don't think will ever get the credit that it deserves as a record. The Last Mile is a phenomenal fucking song. It's a phenomenal song.
Don't Know What You Got is Till It's Gone is brilliant. I mean, look, from the previous album, I thought Save Me was the standout title.
Somebody Save Me, yeah.
That should have gotten more attention. And it got some attention, but it should have gotten more.
Yeah, but Long Cold Winter is a
No, I agree with you. It's
of that era.
It's one of those rare albums that the second album is better than the first.
Yeah, and I think it's because Bon Jovi and Doc McGee weren't involved. Remember, that was another one of those bands.
Another friend of John's.
One of those things where John.
The song "Nobody's Fool" was a great.
Decent song. Yeah, it's a decent song. I mean, but like when I hear Bad Seamstress Blues and Falling Apart at the Seams. I mean, Falling Apart at the Seams is a phenomenal fucking opening track. What a great album. I mean, that album was fantastic. They played well. Just one of those bands that was, I think, a band out of time in that situation. A lot like Tesla. A lot like
another underrated band.
Yeah, a lot like.
Let me ask you a question about the actual name Cinderella. I remember back in the day. Why would you name your band Cinderella? I'm
surprised they didn't get sued.
I saw them open for Loudness, and Loudness is tough and heavy, and and then Cinderella was the opening band, and I love them, but I'm like, that's not a good name.
Yeah,
I thought it was a great name and a great logo. I thought Cinderella had a terrific name and logo.
Yeah,
before we go on, real quick, John Gallagher brought it up. God bless and rest in peace, Jeff LeBar and Gary Corbett of Cinderella.
Sure,
absolutely. Tragedy, double tragedy.
I am very, very shocked that they didn't get sued for using the name Cinderella. A lot like Disneyland After Dark got sued.
But they used Disneyland specifically. Cinderella, I mean,
it's still a trademark. I mean, I was very surprised that they got that they didn't take shit for that. I mean, I'm great, but I always thought, I thought Brittany Fox was obviously a poor man's Cinderella, and they had their moments.
I thought they were great too. I thought
they had their moments.
I thought that third album was phenomenal, and I love Brittany Fox out of the gate.
Yeah, I think that there's an interesting. Obviously, there's a parallel between the two of them because they looked a lot alike.
Sure.
And they shared members at one point.
Excuse me.
Yes, Vistalite.
Nobody knows what member.
So hold on.
They look exactly identical.
Yes, Vistalite. 1972. The Cinderella name story was around before Disney, but Disney owns the rights to that name now, and so I'm shocked that they didn't try to claim a copyright on it, unless it was considered public domain at that point. It would have to have been public domain at that point. So
owner.
Look at Boner coming to the rescue. And then
Hey,
this
Boner.
84-year-old grandma, scantily clad, mind you, entered the room with a cattle prod and a dental dam. Me being the curious soul said, "Oh, wrong chat room, boys. Great shows always. Thank you, Boner Champs." Actually, that story fits in better with anything anyone else has said. So,
Music Therapy Laz is trying to set the table for me to tell my Killer Dwarf story again, and I'm not doing it.
love that.
You know
story.
how I feel about Killer Dwarfs, Music
Love
Therapy
that
Laz.
story.
You know exactly how I feel about them.
Speaking of sharing members,
Yeah.
love that.
Yeah, no, I mean, some of those bands, and it's funny because I just spent, I think I told you, I just spent an entire day. If you'll notice, there's a shelf missing back here. There used to be a shelf of CDs, and now if you look down to over here, you'll see the CDs go all the way down to the floor, and the back on that shelf there, because there are now like 11 shelves of CDs here, and I don't have enough shelves over here to put more CDs in it. So I just moved all of my entire collection to make space so that I could put CDs in the racks, and found out, I'm like, why do I own Jailhouse? Like, when did I buy Chrome Molly? Like, I looked at my collection. I'm like, I have a bunch of CDs that I have no idea who the band is, why I still own the record.
Well, here's my address, Paul. You can mail it to me.
No, but you know that you look in there, you go, oh my God, I can't believe I own this record.
No, you know
Now
what it is? I experiment, you experiment, not talking about Cox again. No, we go to used record stores. A lot of times you and I both have done this, where we go in the bin and say, oh, this looks metal I don't have. This looks metal. Because at some point, there's not enough coming out to kind of fill our need for new music. So we'll experiment. We'll try bands we haven't heard of before that are obviously metal. Why not?
Yeah, and
especially
it's
used.
It's just so weird to
like
find,
condoms.
It's so weird to find some of these records, and then you put one on and you go, oh my God, this is awful. Or, oh my God, I forgot I love this record.
Or you discover something new.
Yeah, but you've had it for years. You've had it in the shelf for years, and you look and you go, huh. Now I've taken, because I'm starting to get old, I have all of my CD catalog on an Excel file. So I know what I have alphabetically. And then I basically attached it to an email and saved it on my phone, so that when I walk into the CD store of choice and I'm like, do I already have this record? And I look it up. I'm like, yep, I already own this record.
No, sometimes I forget too, especially with a lot of the more obscure bands. Like, I know, okay, I have all the Teslas and the Whitesnake and whatever, but like then I get to something like Wildside, I'm like, do I have their second and third album?
It's a great example. I didn't even know this album existed.
TNT.
What is it?
It's a TNT record.
Is that one of the last ones?
Yeah, All the Way to the Sun.
Okay, there you go.
I had no idea the record.
Through like 3 different lead singers, didn't they?
Yeah, but the only one that matters is Tony Harnell.
The first one?
Yeah, he's the only one that anybody gives a shit about.
But that's the thing with a lot of bands. That's the thing with a lot of bands after the 80s is like when grunge came out, bands like Sebastian Bach's band and other obscure bands were still producing music that suddenly weren't advertised anymore. I didn't see them on MTV anymore. I didn't hear them on the radio anymore. And yet I looked in, an issue of Metal Edge magazine. I was like, oh, Paris Records, new Sebastian Bach album, 1998. That's the only places like you find all these obscure things that you might have missed,
I'm just happen to be. Why do I have this?
What is it?
Tattooed Love Boys.
Is that a porno?
No, Tattooed Love Boys. The album is called.
Thought it was a Blu-ray.
Yeah, the album is called Bleeding Hearts and Needle Marks. Why? I don't know why I own this.
I don't know why I don't. I don't know why I don't.
Let me ask you about TNT. Who is the singer in TNT that did Knights of the Thunder?
Tony Harnell.
Okay, who is the guy that did 10,000?
Tony Harnell.
Really?
Yes.
All the stuff you've heard is probably
all the
Tony
good
Harnell.
stuff is Tony Harnell. They had a German singer in the beginning, or Norwegian singer in the beginning, and then replaced him with Tony Harnell. And Tony Harnell is the guy that has all the
hits, all the songs you kind of expect.
All right, so
Let's see. Kentry 55 says thoughts on Hailstorm. Lizzie Hailstorm is amazing.
here you go, Dane. That's what you're talking about. TNT. You're thinking of that record.
I
There
love
you
that
go.
record.
It's a
It's great.
massive record. And
I-
then
The first three
I
were
listened to
amazing.
that.
this was a hit.
Yeah.
And then this was a hit.
Okay.
And then Nobody Cared.
Right. Too late. Came out in the late 90s.
And then they broke up for a while and got back together. And Tony was back. And if you're going to listen to TNT, you only want to listen to the records that Tony Harnell is on with Ronnie Letecro.
Okay.
And Ronnie Letecro is basically the Norwegian or the Dutch Eddie Van Halen. Phenomenal
Yeah,
guitar player.
he's
Nobody
great.
cares.
And again, no one knows. No one
Eddie
knows
was
him.
Dutch.
Yes, good point.
I was watching YouTube late at night one time, and there's a TNT concert live, and I'm watching that. And throughout the concert, and I'd fast forward through the songs that I liked and heard, and they had 3 different lead singers at different times.
But then, if you really want to get weird, and you go through my album collection, Morris Day and the motherfucking Time. Oh.
What was the song
now.
from Purple Rain, or was that the time?
Jungle Love.
Jungle Love. Okay.
Jungle Love, yeah. Jungle Love and The Bird. They're the same song. By the way,
And-
just for those that don't know, The Time was basically Prince. Prince wrote all those songs and put together a fake band, Morris Day and all those guys, Jesse Johnson and shit, and basically said, you guys are going to play these songs and I'm going to make you stars. And he was
I
right.
did.
And he was right.
Same with
And Morris-
Apollonia 7 and
Yeah, and
Vanity.
the Mary Jane Girls. And I mean, but that Time record is fucking awesome. The Time are awesome.
Well, what I've heard is Gene Simmons did that for Van Halen. He took these guys, wrote all
took
these
these guys.
songs,
I wrote the songs. It's interesting.
gave them a
Gene-
demo and said, you guys shop that around, you're going to be famous. And they're like, but we don't even know how to play these songs. You'll learn.
And Gene Simmons also discovered Cinderella first. True story.
That is true, actually.
Yeah, he did. True story. He suggested him to Polygram Records, and they at the time weren't interested. And then Doc McGee and John Bon Jovi represented them to Polygram Records, and Polygram Records bit because at the time Bon Jovi had more stroke than Kiss. Remember,
Yeah.
Slippery When Wet in 1985-86 versus Animalize. At the time, Bon Jovi had more stroke and could go to a record company and say, sign this band. And the record
Desmond
company would
Child.
go, okay. Yeah, good point.
You got to give Bon Jovi. Do you know Desmond Child, Johnny?
Have you ever heard of,
Have you met him?
I've met him one time. Yeah.
One time?
once, yeah.
Once he was knocking on my bathroom door. Beane, get out of the damn toilet. Come on. I
Johnny.
got to get in the shower.
Johnny, you're roommates with Desmond Child. Was there ever a time you took your guitar and you were like, hey, dude, listen to this riff. I think there might be something in this.
Can you
And
write
try to
me
get in
something?
on the songwriting thing a little bit with them?
Yeah.
No, that
Oh.
never happened. Dane, that never happened. There was
Oh.
at no point,
I've never
at no point during the time he was living with Desmond Child, did he sit down with a guitar and say, hey, I have an idea. Do you want to hear this? That never happened.
All time.
The-
He told-
Every week I watch this channel. I
He
never
told me that he
once
liked
heard
my
you
ideas.
Writing songs with him.
And then
Yeah.
he moved out.
He didn't
Because
like
he
him
kept-
that much.
He kept waking him up. It's like, Desmond,
Get back
I got
out
a
into
song.
the-
Come on,
Hey,
Johnny.
Go back
Stop
out
with
to
this
the pool
bullshit.
room, man. You live out by the swimming pool and out in the outhouse out there.
How'd you know?
The pool house.
Every day Desmond was apartment shopping. You're like, what? Don't you like living here? Oh, yeah.
Here's one
So did
story,
anything
Mancuda.
ever come of any of them then?
Yeah,
You
Desmond
actually-
found a beautiful 2-bedroom. It was a wonderful apartment.
Here you go. Mancuda, do you own these?
Oh, Zeke, of course.
Are they testicles? I can't see. Can
Do
you
own either
spot
of
them?
these records?
Oh, yeah. Tora, I have their catalog.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, they put out a couple of records that nobody knows about.
You know what I still have to get? I'm missing a couple of Shy albums. Remember Shy, Excess
Yeah.
All Areas?
Yep.
And then then the singer went and did some other band work. I have to get those too.
I
So that I
found,
got to look up.
I have it. Do you have the Lost Boys record
Yes.
with Randy from Odin?
I have the Lost Boys record and the Lost Boys soundtrack. So I mean, they're right next to each other, fighting for domination in my shelf. So I like that song "Lost and Found."
Oh,
so I like that song.
Randy
I remember emergency, right?
That was yeah. That was Access All Areas.
Yeah.
If you haven't heard, if you're out there and you have not listened to the album Shy, the album is called Excess All Areas. Excess with an E. Excess. Like the 80s, full of excess. You need to listen to that album because that was a damn good CD, and you should check that out. Look it up after the show. Shy, Excess All Areas. Really, really good.
I'm gonna look for some stupid obscure records that I don't know why I own them.
Guys, I did hear that Tesla has new music out.
And they do. And they do. It's called Cold Blue Steel. It's really fucking good. And this is the thing about Tesla, and I've always said this. They're consistent, just like AC/DC. They're very, very consistent. I have not disliked anything that they have done. Really, from soundtrack work to full albums. Tesla does no wrong in my eyes. They're so underrated. And Cold Blue Steel is another really cool song from them because they hold to their original sound. And I like that in a band. I like that in a band.
Yeah, they're great.
I watched the video just a few nights ago, and I'm like, oh, there's that bass player that Neanderthal pissed off, calling him.
Wait a minute. We're still friends. He ain't mad.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
He was asleep that night, but he ain't mad.
Yeah, and he has an autobiography out.
Yeah. No, it's called Son of a Milkman, which is literally the story. He's a bastard son. He found out after the fact that his mom had an affair with the milkman, and that's who
she got extra cream in special delivery.
That's an absolutely true story.
It's funny, and he owns it. It's great. It's very cool.
This is I'm over in the S's now. The S's started over there on another bookcase, and they go all the way to here.
Paulie looking at all the nice S's. Neanderthal, he look at all the nice S's.
There's one.
We should get a tour of that.
3, 4. I can't because I can't take the camera off. Although I could probably do it on my cell phone.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat saying Kicks versus Tesla.
Tesla's a better band.
Yeah,
I love Kicks, but Tesla's a better band.
Keith Campbell pointed out they did some gray on my hair too. For those that are coming in late, they gave me a military cut and a little gray color on my hair that I can't fuck with. That's why I'm not wearing a beanie. But Keith Campbell said, "You look like the Bride of Frankenstein today," because I got the gray and I got the forehead. Yeah.
You're getting a little gray.
Well, coloring will do that to you. So
this will be fun. Here's your stupid compare and contrast for the night.
Did they make sure that your the curtains and the drapes
they shaved my pubes? No, but they did. They had me do a military cut. So I have super short hair suddenly. And they added gray, so I'm supposed to be, And
you have to keep a 3-day beard going on or something.
No, but it's going to be clean shaven. This was for rehearsal. It was okay, but they're like, this is how it looked the other day. This is how it has to look today and tomorrow, and. So, there you go.
All right, so Keith Campbell, yes, I have Steeler records. But this is your compare and contrast.
Wait, Steeler, wasn't there a bass player?
No, you're thinking of somebody else.
Inside joke. You're
thinking of somebody else. Which band is more unnecessary for me to own? Slammin' Gladys.
Slammin'
Gladys.
Slammin' Gladys.
By the way, hold on. Don't take down that album cover. The girl is about to get fucked by a train.
Yep.
Let's just drink that in for a moment as a perfect example.
It's a shame Margaret Scranton's not here right now because Margaret Scranton, this absolute sexist album cover.
Yes. Now this is sexist. Absolutely.
All right. So Slammin' Gladys.
Okay.
Or Smashed Gladys.
And I own both
Wow.
of those.
Which
What
one?
year- what year
Which
did
one is
Slam
more
come out?
unnecessary to own? Slammin' Gladys or Smashed Gladys?
Let me
I know
flip
I
a
liked
coin.
something off of both of them.
Yes,
So-
the Smash Gladys record is better.
Read me the tracks of both, please. I'll tell you which.
Hang on, I gotta put on my old guy eyes.
Back in
But
my
what year
day.
did they come out? Because if it came out 85 to about 91.
Smashed Gladys came out, I think, the same week as Appetite for Destruction. Lick It Into Shape. That's the one you like, John.
Lick it into shape.
It's my theme song.
Lick It Into Shape. 17 Going on Crazy. Wonder what that's about.
Yeah, no shit.
Play
Everyone
Dirty.
I've ever dated.
Play Dirty. Dive in the Dark. Eye of the Storm. Hard to Swallow.
There you go. That's the one.
No.
Ooh,
Legs Up. Eye for an Eye. Cast of
it's the brown
Nasties.
eye.
By the way, Cast of Nasties sounds like a great name for a band. Cast of Nasties and Sermonette.
Sounds like a song about all the sleazy groupies out
And
there.
how did that album not make it?
This is a great album, Dane. Social
And that's
Intercourse.
That's Smash
Smash Gladys, Social Intercourse. All right. Slammin' Gladys has Bad Attitude, Bet
Great
Your
song.
Life, Down on Your Knees. Here's why you like Slammin' Gladys, because Tim Skold from Shotgun Messiah is in this band.
Was he the singer?
He might have been, yeah.
Okay.
Bad Attitude, Bet Your Life, Down on Your Knees, Lay Me Down in the Roses.
Lay me
uh,
down, lay
Piece
me
of My Heart, but I don't believe it's the Janis Joplin one. Push, Love Is My Drug, What You Need, Where Were You, Come, C-U-M,
There you go.
and Silicone Sally.
Oh, John. Those are terrible songs.
So which one of those albums is less necessary to own? You decide.
I don't think either of them are unnecessary to own.
They're
I think
absolutely
I need multiple
unnecessary.
copies. I only have one of each. I'm bummed.
They're gross. These are both
Bob
awful.
Rock
They're both
produced either
awful
one.
records. Actually,
Gladys is
Who
spelled
produced
with a
them? Who
Y,
produced?
Johnny.
Oh,
Gladys is spelled with a Y.
actually, you're gonna love this. The guy that produced Social Intercourse from Smashed Gladys is Rick Browd, the guy that produced all the Faster Pussycat records we like. And Michael Wagner mixed this record. Michael Wagner, the same guy that mixed Scorpions and Bon Jovi and Skid Row records,
And all
mixed
that.
this record.
Alice Cooper.
And it
Great
too,
sound-
right?
yes.
I was about to say Alice Cooper.
Uh-huh.
He is Michael and Kicks, and
I'll take that
Uh-huh.
one.
this is a good record.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
they're
vote
both
that
good
one.
records. They're both good records. I like
But
them.
I just happen to be in the S category, and I was like, okay, I gotta.
Ooh, Wayne Kamau brings up Svengali, who I love.
So we got those.
Under the influence. By the way, if you haven't heard Svengali, Under the Influence, you are missing out on such a killer 80s track. Bookmark that in your YouTube or wherever you download music if you could find it, but it'll easily be on YouTube. Svengali, Under the Influence. What a great fucking track. Really,
Some
really
more-
driving guitars. Really great.
Some more ridiculously unnecessary to own records.
You say that, but I own the same shit, and I think it's all necessary to own because fucking 80s metal rules.
Yeah.
Slam and
Nice, Steve.
Gladys.
You don't
did a
have to
video
choose. You don't have to
featuring-
choose.
Featuring topless women boxing in 1989.
Yep.
Thank you, God. Thank you.
Yep. That's
It was a very good year. It was a very good year for titties and boxing gloves.
we already talked about
They
Rogue
offered
Mail.
you love.
We already talked about Rogue Mail and Rose Tattoo. We talked about Loudness. I have a shitload of Loudness.
Rock and roll crazy no.
What about let's talk Anvil for a while.
Anvil
Because
sucks.
I'm hearing those song lyrics or those song titles. That's like Anvil stuff.
Anvil sucks. Anvil's an
Aw.
awful band. They're an awful band.
Oh, that's terrible.
I'm not wrong. Here's-
Musically or
they're
because
awful.
vocally?
Anvil sucks.
Oh, I
No,
love
they're
Keith Campbell. Hi, Allie.
Yeah.
We were just showing the Slam Gladys. She's fucking a train. Oh, hi, Allie. Right now, Jay went from playing the little train that could. He's like, let's see what the boys are talking about. She's fucking a train, fellas. Woo!
Oh no.
And Anvil fucking sucks. Here's the thing. I don't know if you've ever watched the story of Anvil. It's really sad because
It's really funny.
Steve Kudlow is retarded. He's a trust fund kid who has no discernible skill whatsoever. Doesn't realize the joke is on him.
And you're talking about Lips, the lead singer.
Yes,
Goes
Steve
by
Kudlow.
Lips. Okay.
Yes, and he's a nice guy and he means well, but he's one of those guys that's I think didn't have a lot of friends, and I think his family has a lot of money, and they just kind of thought, okay, we're going to support Steve's little band thing for a while, and he'll outgrow it, and he never did, and he thinks his band is good, and they're not. I mean, it really is. It's like a real life Spinal Tap, and they don't get the joke.
It's Anal Tap.
It's really sad.
Speaking of anal, delicious Bang energy drink. Delicious Bang energy drink. When you've got to quench your thirst and your girlfriend's fucking a train, Bang energy drink is the drink you want on your tongue. And what was that song, Paulie? Come? When you want to get the taste of come out of your mouth, delicious Bang energy drink. Thank you, Bang energy drink. Tonight's flavor is Purple Haze. Yummy.
Beautiful. You can hear from that sound, Lemmy has decided it's time to go. And I'm sure you're going to do.
I know,
Lemmy.
And,
are you listening to her? What, Lemmy? She just fucking ripped out a huge bark. What?
Sick 'em.
I almost ripped out a huge fart on the set today. So.
Sick 'em.
She is not fucking around. Even Ace is like, all right, she's serious. So I got to go.
All right, Paul. Thank you. The Great Neanderthal, everybody. Bozique asked, what movie or show are you on? Just rewind the video, man. I've talked about it too much tonight already.
Refresh the video 20 times each, everybody.
Yeah, just real quick. I have a small part in a movie I can't really talk about. And here's the thing. I don't even want to talk about projects until actually the final edits come through, because I told everyone to go see Eurotrip. And they're like, I saw you in the background. You said you had a big scene with the main player. I'm like, oh, fuck, they cut it. And anytime that happens, it sucks. So now, like, the only time I get specific about things I do is when it's a finished product and it's either in a theater or on TV or Blu-ray or Netflix or YouTube, whatever the fuck. And then I know it's something I did that, like, made it into the film. Then I say, hey, watch this. I have a funny scene in there, or I have a walk-on, or I have a, whatever. So it's a small character in a movie, and we'll whatever. We'll talk about it if it happens.
Yeah, and unless
when I see it made,
unless your name is like in the big font on the poster.
Yeah, it's not. My name is in those final credits. You're squinting. First, you'll see me as boom operator, because that's like the main thing I've been doing on this film. No, for real. I mean, like I said, I am legitimately the boom operator of this film, but I also have a role in it. So it's like, exactly, that's me. That's
boom
that's
operator.
Me. It is as boom operator. Yes.
Wait, I saw that movie already.
No.
There was another movie.
He's the boom operator. Boom operator. No, but that's the day job I'm doing on this film is boom operator. I just happened to audition for a small part they had open, and I got the audition. So, there you go.
How is this?
Huh?
There it is. There
you go. So that's a small part in the movie, and that's why my hat is not on. That's why my hair has been cut to military shortness and slightly colored grayish, and I'm supposed to look older and be in the military. So there you go. So that's that. Let's see. Thank you, Black Salami. Very nice. Let's see. Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if the Hendrix estate does get a piece of that Purple Haze flavor Bang energy drink. If not, they should be suing Delicious Bang energy drink who we hope don't get sued. And we hope we don't get sued.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Looking in the chat, just catching up. Oh, listen, Bozique, I take Sharknado. Listen, I do all sorts of any gigs and roles, B movies, crap movies, what I take all that shit. I take all that shit. Believe me. I'd love to be in a Sharknado.
He takes it on film.
Yeah, exactly. You bet I do. Let's see. It is time for Show and Tell Guitar. So let's talk a little bit about the sponsors of our Show and Tell segment. Let's start off with my favorite brand of pickups, Vinum Custom Pickups. Vinum Custom Pickups, hand-wound custom boutique pickups to your needs. Craig Vinum hand winds these pickups. You tell him what you want, he does it. All sorts of colors available, tones available. This is the Mancuda Custom made specifically for me from Vinum Custom Pickups. Vinum Custom Pickups makes amazing pickups. Everyone I've sent them to has gotten very well taken care of and been really, really happy with those. Yeah, Poo Ninja, silky smooth wine, really, really good stuff. Seriously. If you need a pickup and you want something like you say, you know, I usually play the DiMarzio Super Distortion, but I want something a little sharper or a little more gritty or something. Craig Vinum listens to you and he either has something ready to go or he makes them custom for you. And that's what you really want. So check out Vinum Custom Pickups. Beautiful, amazing pickups, top quality stuff. Thank you, Craig Vinum. And Johnny, you and Paulie were both just getting some new Vinum pickups.
Yes.
Did yours arrive yet, or are they still being wound?
Not yet. I think he's probably working on them right now.
As we speak during the show, he's probably listening.
He's on the bike, winding the pickups.
He winds them on the toilet. He's sitting there. He's that devoted to making the best pickups out there. So
the hamsters are in the wheels running.
The hamsters are on the wheel doing the winding.
Yeah.
Doing the winding.
He's driving the car backwards, you know.
Blacktooth Fox, go to Vinum Custom Pickups website, Google it, and check out what they have ready to go. And then if you want something custom, tell Craig Vinum you were sent by John Mancuda at Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live, and he will take good care of you. Everyone we have sent to them, he has taken super care of and been really happy. So check them out. I have a couple of them. Vinum Custom Pickups. Let's also check out Tessie Switch, makers of the greatest, most durable, professional grade kill switches out there. Tessie Switch, when you want a kill switch for your guitar, you want one of those. These are the no-nonsense ones that pros use. These can take abuse, and they could custom make them. Tessie switches are great. A couple of us have them on guitars. And speaking of hot rodding guitars, when you want to hot rod your guitars, nobody hot rods a guitar like... Time for a switch, Johnny. FU Tone. FU-Tone. That's the website you want to go to when you want to hot rod your guitars, because FU Tone makes everything. They make big brass blocks for your tone. They make noiseless springs for your tone, brass claws. They have titanium inserts and saddles. They have titanium blocks. I mean, how far do you want to go in making your guitar the best product that can be? That's where you want to go, FU Tone, because you can really hot rod your guitar. FU-Tone.com. They got everything. They just got everything. And when you play, you want to be playing with one of these Swiss picks, the greatest gripping picks out there. Change your grip. That's the Jason Becker edition right there. Jason Becker Blue Cheese. You want to use a Swiss pick. These things, everyone I hand these to are freaking terrific. They love these things. get a great grip. I use these constantly. I hand them to friends. They're like, I don't know what the fuck that is, but I want more of them. Check out Swiss Picks website. And of course, huge thank you to executive producer Charles Green, who just sent me a beautiful shipment on the way of Colonel's gourmet popcorn, delicious Colonel's gourmet popcorn and more. The best popcorn on earth because it's gourmet. It's the greatest tasting popcorn you will ever try. And if you mention Johnny Beane or Jay Hannon, they will send you more product, more popcorn, more delicious candy, more sugar-free candy, more nuts. Mention Jay Hannon or Johnny Beane when you go to Colonel's Gourmet Popcorn and more, and you will not regret it. You will get a big box of deliciousness, just like executive producer Charles Green was nice enough to send to myself and Johnny and Paulie. Thank you, Colonel's Gourmet Popcorn.
Oh, I'm so hungry right now.
Right? Is that the best stuff on earth?
Food.
Oh my God, is that addictive? Okay.
Somebody treat stream Dane
some delicious Colonel's Gourmet Popcorn.
Wouldn't that be neat?
That would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? And you know, Dane's store, Zim's Guitars, is located at...
It's easy
What's
to
your
find
address?
the address. It's at 1305 West Guadalupe, Mesa, Arizona, 85202.
Wouldn't that be cool
great
if
to get
shopping mall.
someone sent our very own Dane Zimmerman something delicious to eat?
Mm-hmm.
While you're contemplating that, let's do tonight's show and tell guitar. I said the clue tonight was it's the color of Dane's dog's teeth. So what color were those teeth of your dogs, Dane?
Those things were canary yellow
And Johnny,
or else poopy brown. Somewhere.
let's go with canary yellow.
Okay.
Johnny, if you please, a drum roll for tonight's show and tell guitar. It is a celebrity guitar, by the way, owned by Jack Frost of Brothers in Arms, whose new album is coming out soon, and you should check them out. And right now, check out Brothers in Arms' single Last to Know right now. Johnny, please. Oh, look at that thing.
Wow.
How about we get rid of the subscription box and take a thumbnail?
Make sure to subscribe, everybody.
Please. Up, John Biel. As soon as you get rid of John Biel, we can take that thumbnail. Sometime tonight, John.
Oh, I'm trying. So
Jesus
many things.
Got too
fucking
many
Christ.
of them.
There we go. People
Wow,
be like,
look at
whose
that.
show is that? Who's that new guy without the beanie? Whose show is that? Who's that new guy without the beanie?
Got it.
Cool.
Someone on there.
Okay, this is, let's see what year is this? 8, 5, 4, 3, 2. 1982, BC Rich Bitch in screaming yellow. Look at this thing. Beautiful screaming yellow, a little hard against the light. Let's see. This is kind of more its true color right here. A dark, beautiful neon yellow. A little hard to capture on camera at certain angles, but I think you guys are getting it. This is a Bitch 6-string. They make and originally made them as 10-string guitars where there are additional 4 tuners here. And they still make them in both 6 and 10-string, as you could get them in BC Rich or by the master creator, Neil Moser, the creator of the Bitch and many other favorite BC Rich guitar shapes. But this was originally made as a 10-string. Then they started noticing a lot of people don't play them as 10 strings. They play them as 6 strings. So BC Rich said, we could save the money on tuners if we just make them as 6s. And that became the more popular model. But this is a really, really rare color, screaming fucking yellow, which I love. And Jack Frost has amazing taste in guitars. Thank you, Jack. Shout out if you are watching today. Because he sold this to me knowing that I'm a huge vintage BC Rich aficionado. So is Slash and a bunch of other guys. But I love all the exotic colors, and you just don't get brighter than fucking screaming yellow, you know? And it's so comfortable. You know, the access, I mean, I love these deep cuts in the horns. You know, again, the Neil Moser electronics package. You have the 8-way, the Varitone. You have 2 boosters. You have coil splitters, phase, different volumes and tones. It's so complex looking, and yet if you switch everything down, it's just the normal pickups. So it's so versatile. I mean, you would use something like these controls if you were in the studio, where you're not on a stage running around and saying, okay, I gotta hit the phase and the coil splitter and then this volume with the bridge pickup and then the Varitone on position 5. No, you save that shit for studio. When you're playing live, which I do not, I play in my living room to an audience of Blue Rhino, and he sucks. Thanks, buddy. You know, that's basically all I play to. But if you're on a stage and you're playing a bitch and you're like, oh my God, that's so complicated to remember. Nah, flip everything down, turn the volume up, and just rock the pickups as they are. Pickups you have, which was pretty much the standard pickup configuration in the vintage BCs. You have a DiMarzio PAF and DiMarzio Super Distortion. Really great combo. You have these beautiful brass pickup rings, which again, you know, sometimes they were black, sometimes they were cream. These particular ones are nice heavy brass made by Kaler. Speaking of Kaler, one of my favorite bridges, the original Kaler quad made out of a heavy stamped brass. You want to talk tone? Those guys have it. Really, really good stuff. Beautiful dark rosewood board with the classic BC Rich cloud inlays. I love those. And again, this is when they were using real Brazilian rosewood. Really great stuff. And rosewood cap on the headstock with that classic R logo. And then on the back, you have those beautiful and rare Grover Bullseye tuners that were used in a lot of the vintage BC Rich. Look at those. Those are cool. Grover Imperial Bullseyes. And again, later on, they switched to regular Grover Imperials when this became just a flat chrome reflector rather than the bullseye design. But I like these bullseyes. They're classic. They're really nice. Looking through, this is one of the most comfortable cuts. And I've talked about this 100 times on the show. These early bitches were all hand carved. All you see, these beautiful angles and these little cuts and carves, these were all hand done with men with knives. These were not made on a machine. These were made by guys with knives sitting in the back room at BC Rich back in the days in El Monte. And they were just sitting there whittling away, making these by hand. Beautiful handmade BC Rich bitch. Let's see. This one has a little paint crack in the back. You can see that. But it's not through the wood. There was at one point a wing separation because the way they make these, they make it neck through and then they glue on the wings. At one point, one of the wings started separating and, you know, a luthier put a little wood glue in there to, you know, push it back where it should be. But the paint cracked. And, you know, with these vintage paints, you really don't want to repaint them. You know, if it's got a little battle scar from years of play, let it stay there, man. Don't fuck with it because it's so hard to recreate these old rare color BC Rich paints. And one of the neat things about the bitch is it has what's called bitch feet. You see those little rubber feet on the bottom right here? So when you put your bitch down, it's not like chipping the bottom. It's kind of neat, right? I thought that was a cool Neil Moser innovation. Neil Moser is just a genius. I mean, this was his baby. And again, if you like the BC Rich Warlock, the Warlock was an offshoot of the original bitch. And what they wound up doing, they flipped it around, and from the back, they just cut the horns at a slightly different angle, and you have a Warlock. That's where the Warlock design came from. They just cut this a little differently, and boom, you have a Warlock. So that's where that came from. But, you know, again, I'm a huge aficionado of these old BC Riches, and the bitch is a personal favorite and just really, really badass. really a nice weight. Probably like in the maybe 7-pound range, which is a really good weight for me. And I just think they look wild. These scream 80s, especially in a color like this, you know? So there you go. Let's take a little look at the chat and see what you guys think. Let's see. Yeah, Pooh Ninja says, hey, Mancuda, the show and yell segment. You know what it is? I just get so fucking excited. I'm sorry I'm screaming in your ear, guys and girls, but I get really, really passionate and excited about really cool guitars. So when I pull something out and show you guys from my collection, I gotta admit, I really get excited about it because I really dig this shit. And yeah, Music Therapy Laz is like, don't drop it, Mancuda. Thanks. Thank you, Blacktooth Fox, who likes the guitar. A lot of compliments on the guitar. Thank you, everybody in there. James Stewart, Bozique. I know. You know what it is? Bozique says, BC Rich, I didn't expect that. Well, keep in mind, the last few weeks, I didn't show BC Rich. I had, let's see, I had Mark Kendall's Kramer last week. The week before, I had another Mark Kendall guitar. I had a Mark Kendall Roman Quicksilver and a few others. So there you go. But yeah, you know what? A large percentage of my collection is vintage BC Rich. It's also Jackson and Charvel and Kramer and ESP and Ibanez and a couple of Gibsons and, whatever. But yeah, the largest amount of guitars I have in my collection goes to BC Rich because I like them so much. I really do. Killa. Let's see. Yeah, really, really bright. Even the camera is not able to capture how bright this yellow is. It's really a cool looking neon yellow that just screams vintage 80s. I love it. Let's see. And thank you, Blacktooth Fox. And yes, good point. Dave Mustaine's first guitar was a 10-string BC Rich that he used to play with Metallica and then early Megadeth. He had a few of them, actually. He had, he had a Koa and Maple one that got painted black, and he put decals on it. Then he had a trans green quilted one. I'd love to find these. If anyone out there owns them, please contact me privately. Let's see. And thank you for all the compliments. Let's see. And thank you, Bozique. Zim's guitar getting a lot of pizzas sent to him. I hope so. We like to support Dane. He's a hungry man. Let's see what else. Looking in the chat. Pizza party at Dane's, someone says. Jesus raped me says, is that jizz on the side of your hair? That's probably what they used to paint it. They said it. Yeah, they said, yeah, it's hair coloring. And then I'm like, oh, is it like gray or something? They're like, yeah, we're making you a little grayer. Okay. And then I'm looking at the jar and it says jizz. I'm thinking, well, they're playing a joke on me now. That's great. Let's see. Just reading the chat. Thank you, PWC. Let's see. May the Schwartz be with you. Thank you. Yeah, and Metallica, the neck is slippery smooth. These things are such a good grip on those. I love the carve on these. They're so comfortable. I just love the feel of BC Riches. I mean, I really do. They're just really, really, the vintage ones are just great guitars. Let's see. Thank you. Reading all the nice words in the chat. Thank you, everybody. BC Rich made the wave. Yes, they did. I have a few of them. I've had them on the show before too. I'll bring another one on one day because the wave is another of those unique BC Rich shapes. Wayne brings up, I think CC DeVille had one like that. He didn't have a bitch like this. He had a Mockingbird this same color, but good eye. And yeah, Pooh Ninja says that would look great in the front seat of a Lamborghini. Start a GoFundMe, and I want my beloved audience members to get me a Lamborghini. I will be happy to let no one in that front seat other than Blue Rhino and this bitch. Absolutely. You make it happen, I'll make it happen. We got a deal, guys. Let's see what else. Read in the chat. Rock Daddy says there's something about Mary hair gel they used on you. Nice. Let's see. The neck where it meets the headstock is close to less CV Paul. CV Les Paul. What is the CV Les Paul? Ironbirds too. Yeah, CC DeVille borrowed a pink Ironbird for the Talk Dirty to Me video, but he didn't actually own that. Did Nancy Wilson play a BC Rich? I'm not sure. Oh, wait. Yeah. You know what she did? She used ST3s. You're right. She did. Nancy Wilson of Heart. Oh, Les Paul. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, Les Pauls have those big blocks. I mean, keep in mind, Les Pauls are set neck. These are neck through. Here, look at the carve on this. And you can see that's a neck through guitar. It's like a Jackson Soloist or something like that. There's no big block there. You want access to those upper frets. You got it. Look how deep the cut is. I mean, you're all there. You're going way past there. Plenty of room. And anyway, again, this was owned by Jack Frost. Thank you, Jack, for selling it. Appreciate that. So there you go. 1982 yellow, screaming yellow, BC Rich bitch. That is your show and tell guitar of the week. Bang zoom. And drop a thumbs up on the video for that puppy. That's a cool ass guitar. This one's getting a lot of love from me lately. I really am enjoying it. I love these things. I have like 20 of them. I love these bitches. I got 20 bitches. Yeah. The Screamin' Seaman pickup. Yes, Wayne, Lita Ford did indeed play a bitch. She still does. She actually has multiple bitches. She has one of these in violet, like a pretty purple color, and she has a double neck because Lita's badass. Lita Ford plays a double neck one of these as well. So yeah, rock up for Lita. Lita's a perfect example of why there's some seriously awesome chicks in metal. Like big time. Like we were talking about Lizzie Hale earlier. Yeah, so let's see. What else we got? Let's see. We talked about that. This is very interesting. There's a company called Twinkle Twinkle Little Rock Star, Johnny. Did you ever hear of them?
I have now.
Okay, Twinkle Twinkle Little Rock Star. It's a company that makes albums of lullabies, like instrumental lullabies, like you would hang over a baby's crib, but they make them out of songs, like regular songs. Like, so you can buy an album of like Lady Gaga lullabies from this company, and it's no words. It's all like,
right.
you know, like imagine in your head right now, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, but no words. See here, ding 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 ding. Exactly. Okay. Now imagine Metallica as a lullaby. There's an album of Metallica albums. There's at least one album of Metallica songs as lullabies. Probably Nothing Else Matters, I imagine, and stuff like that. But they just came out with one for Ronnie James Dio, you know, the guy who gave you that, one of the best vocalists in metal ever. And there is now a Dio, a Twinkle Twinkle Little Rock Star album. Johnny, bring up the image because it's so funny the way they have the cover of it. You remember on Holy Diver? You had, you know, the big, I forgot the name of the creature that's kind of like the Anubius looking guy that is a Holy Diver and on Last in Line. But check this out. They did kind of a takeoff of that on the cover of this Dio album. Can you bring up the image?
Yeah.
This is great. This is really great. So there you go. It's it's a teddy bear in chains. I just love that. So there you go. I played a little bit of it on YouTube. I played Holy Diver, and it's so fun thinking of like a little baby falling asleep to like a lullaby version of Holy Diver or Last in Line or We Rock. Here's the set list, by the way. I'm sorry, the track list rather. Hold on. Okay. Lullaby versions of Holy Diver, Rainbow in the Dark, The Last in Line, one of my all-time favorite songs ever, We Rock, Don't Talk to Strangers, Stand Up and Shout, Heaven and Hell, which, as much as I love it, I'm kind of shocked they use that because it's for lullabies. Neon Nights, The Mob Rules, Man on the Silver Mountain. I want to hear that one because that's an awesome song. Temple of the King, Stargazer, and Stars, which was the Hearing Aid song that Ronnie James Dio produced and was singing lead on. But you remember that? All the 80s, metal guys and hairband guys all got together and did that kind of We Are the World version song. We're stars. So there's a lullaby version of that album. Thank you.
Sorry. There we go.
I really sounded just like that. Yeah, I really want this album actually because I love Dio that much that I want to buy this CD. So I thought that was very cool. Look at the cover, for fuck's sakes. It's a teddy bear in chains.
Go to sleep listening to that.
I could.
There you go.
I mean, I go to sleep listening to regular Dio. I'll probably fall asleep faster to this lullaby album.
Mm-hmm.
But I sometimes I'll put, like something like, a regular album I like, Last in Line or something, and I'll play it as I go to sleep, and, that's how I'll fall asleep. But like, I think that's very cool. And while you're buying cool things, check this out. Anthrax, to celebrate their 40th anniversary, because Anthrax recently did celebrate their 40th anniversary as a band, which congrats to them, man. Total, again, one of the big four, early thrash metal guys that just continue on and deserve a better applause than that, John. So here, hold on. There we go. There we go. Leave a thumbs up on the video if you like Anthrax.
Even if you
Anthrax,
don't, leave a thumbs up.
Even if you don't, please leave a thumbs up. Yeah, even if you don't like us or the show, please leave a thumbs up on the video. And subscribe. Today, the band announces the release of their 40th anniversary High End Spirit. So Anthrax came up with their own liquor, which I think is pretty badass. It is called Anthrax XL. Johnny, get the image up of that.
Oh, okay. Whiskey.
Yes, this is a smooth Solera aged watch how we sell this, Johnny. This is a smooth Solera aged single barrel bourbon finished for 40 days. Get it? 40? Finished for 40 days in a 20-year-old Oloroso sherry cask, providing the spirits with balanced flavors and layers of complexity. Only one barrel of Anthrax XL has been produced, yielding 400 hand-numbered bottles at a cask strength of 115 proof. There it is. The boy's enjoying some. Look at that. Nothing like a smooth, balanced flavored bourbon, Johnny. Each bottle features the band members' signatures, is encased in a beautiful and luxurious black drawstring velvet gift bag, emblazoned with the Anthrax XL logo. So look, when you're done drinking, the bottle looks pretty badass and is a cool collectible. Suggested retail price $155, which again, if you're into those slow sipping whiskeys, and I'm not talking just like your average Jack Daniels, this is like a premium, major product here. Limited edition, band logo on. I mean, it's a cool thing. $155. So that's a great gift, man. That should be, you guys should all give out those for Christmas. If you want something really impressive to give out for the holidays as they come up, that's a cool gift. Additionally, 40 limited edition numbered bottles will be available, priced at $350. Limited edition numbered bottle, also housed in a black drawstring velvet gift bag, imprinted with the logo, and then packed in a customized box encased in silver foil cardstock wraparound. So that's something you put on your shelf. You see that to the left of the photo. That's pretty cool. If you guys collect liquor, I know a bunch of you guys do. If you guys collect liquor, that's a very cool collectible. I like stuff like that. I don't drink, but I have an appreciation for high-end stuff like that. When you, if you're going to spend money, if you're going to get a gift and you want something really impressive, that's really impressive, I have to say. That's a very cool set there. And it's limited. The whiskey's probably awesome for those that dig that. Let's see. Just catch up on the chat here. Let's see. Catching up on the chat as I listen to Dio lullabies. Hellstorm says bondage bear for the Dio bear. That'd be great, buying one of those bears. They should market those bears, those logo bears, with like a ball gag and a rubber zipper mask. It's pretty cool. That's awesome. Let's see. Children of the Corn rules, Mike Rogers says. Let's see. Keith Campbell says, last time I saw Anthrax, they were opening with Pantera, rest in peace, Dimebag, for Halford at Roseland Ballroom in 95. Last time I saw Anthrax was the Big Four at Yankee Stadium, Metallica, Megadeth, Slayer, and Anthrax. And Anthrax was awesome. They were really, all bands were really good on that tour. Really, really, really prime stuff. But I was really impressed. I was telling Joey Belladonna backstage, name drop, that, yeah, you go. I'll pick that up later. I'll pick that up later. No, I said, dude, I've never seen you guys live before this show. I have all your stuff, but I've never seen you live. And he's like, well, what did you think? I said, I think you're impressive as fuck live. And he was real happy about that. And, he's such a great frontman. The band is terrific. I remember them, back on Married with Children, I was like happy to see them. And now to see them live on stage, it's like really, really great stuff. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that. Let's see what else we got to blow out here. Again, check out the new Jack Frost Brothers in Arms album coming out. Check out the new LA Guns Checkered Past album coming out. Both of them have singles out right now that are terrific. What else? Matt Sorum. Oh, Matt Sorum's new autobiography, since we were talking about him. Like I said, I don't believe, honestly, that he did not want to get that call, because in previous interviews, I think he kind of was looking forward to that. And so was Steven Adler. I know that for a fact. But I think Matt Sorum really wanted to get that call for that reunion tour. And I think Guns N' Roses said, I think we could just do it with us three and some hired guns. Pardon the pun. But either way, Matt Sorum has his autobiography coming out. Double Talkin' Jive, True Rock and Roll Stories by Matt Sorum. So I'm looking forward to that. Somebody buy me a copy or comp me a copy, please. Let's
Please.
see. Please,
Please
please,
Amazon that too.
please,
him.
just
Please.
get it on there. I want to
That's
read
all
that.
I want for Christmas.
want
is for him to get
That's
that.
that's not all I want. I got a laundry list that'll make Santa choke. And then meanwhile, Santa's like, the only one in that household that has been a good boy is Blue Rhino, and he'll get whatever he wants. You, Mancuda, coal again. I've seen your stupid show. Let's see. Trans-Siberian Orchestra, speaking of Christmas, is undergoing a very cool winter tour 2021. Very cool. If you guys have not seen Trans-Siberian Orchestra, look, it's Savatage. It's Savatage playing orchestra. They're fucking great. And you know what? They're really great during the winter. They do that whole Christmas in Sarajevo thing, and the songs are awesome. And so let's see. Their winter tour starts November 17th in Green Bay and Council Bluffs. And they're doing 99 shows. Why couldn't you do 100? Literally 99 shows in 59 cities up to December 30th. So they're really blowing those out. December 30th, they'll wrap up the U.S. tour in Cleveland and in St. Louis. So 99 shows, 59 cities in a month and a half.
Is there two bands at once going?
There might be.
Sounds like they're starting in two different places and ending in two different places.
They've done that before. They have split the bands up. I think they might be doing that.
Well, Matt Sorum can play in one of those, and Steven Adler can play in one. There you go.
Like, well, we couldn't get Guns N' Roses, but I wouldn't mind joining Savatage or Trans-Siberian Orchestra. And Jack Frost, who we were talking about earlier, was in Savatage. Trans-Siberian's terrific. If you haven't seen them, they are fucking great. I think I told the story many times on the show that I was literally, this happened, no lie. Literally, I was playing Savatage and cranking the stereo at my parents' house, and they came home, and my dad screams up into the upstairs, "Shut that shit off! For fuck's sakes, turn that shit down!" And I'm like, Dad, take it easy. I'll turn it down. He's like, Jesus Christ, how do you listen to that garbage? And I'm like, it's just my taste in music. Well, it's terrible. And, obviously he didn't listen to it. He just wanted to, he was pissed off I was blasting the stereo. So I turn it off, and maybe 20 minutes later, he decides to play some music downstairs. Mm-hmm. And I hear the song Christmas in Sarajevo, which is Trans-Siberian Orchestra. And my eyes widen, and I go, "Hey, Dad, what's that you're playing?" And he goes, "Don't worry about it. It's nothing you would like." And I look, and the CD I was playing was a Savatage, I think it was Dead Winter Dead, that had that same song on the CD he told me to shut the fuck up on. So I go downstairs and I say, "Dad, I like this song." "Oh, you do?" I say, yeah. In fact, you know what? What's the name of that song? He's like, it's track 2, Winter in Sarajevo. I was like, that's funny. I said, that band you just told me to shut off has a song of the same title. In fact, Dad, it's the same fucking song. You know why? It's the same fucking band. So he didn't know what the fuck to say. But that one always sticks with me because it couldn't have been any more perfect. I could have been playing one of 1,000 CDs in that room from any band, even another Savatage band, a Savatage album. But don't you think, as the stars aligned, there was my dad yelling at me to turn off that CD that had the song that he would 20 minutes later play on a Trans-Siberian Orchestra album. My mind was blown.
Crazy, man.
And he didn't know what the fuck to say. He was just dumbfounded. He's like, I can't believe this is happening. But true story. So there you go. If you get the chance, Trans-Siberian Orchestra, it's a Christmas tradition that you guys should invest in because holy shit, are they good? Really good. So check out, go to, I guess, Google it and find the website for whoever's selling tickets because I highly recommend them. I really highly recommend them. And let's see, George Lynch's new album, Seamless. Check that out because when I was talking about it earlier, because I haven't heard it yet. Actually, I heard one track. I heard one track so far. I forgot the title of it, but I know I enjoyed it in a preview. I saw that track. But I saw a couple of people in the chat that did hear the CD and they dug it. So check out, and I support anything George Lynch. I love the guy on a personal level, love the guy on a musical level. He's a fucking legend. He's an amazing guitar player, and he's a workaholic. So you know what? Support that. Go buy the CD and buy the download because if you want to support the artists, and Paulie and I both do this. Johnny, do you buy the CD or what do you? What? Yeah,
I
okay.
do. I do iTunes. I do CD. I do. I do vinyl sometimes.
Yeah, it's great to
8-track if it's available.
When you 8-track. It's Johnny's still got an 8-track player in his car. He's got the 73 Dodge Duster,
I can only
Plymouth
listen to stuff
Duster
on
and
8-track.
No, but seriously, support the artists you like. Buy that Lynch CD, buy that LA Guns CD, buy that Jack Frost Brothers in Arms CD, buy these CDs as well as pay for the download because you know what? The artists that you want to support that come out with this product that will keep coming out with it if they make money, they make money more if you buy the physical product. If you buy a download, they get like 1 penny for every 10,000 downloads. They make nothing. And that's not really cool. You want to support these people. So, do the right thing. Buy the product, buy the CD, and buy the download.
The best way to buy an album from an artist is either buy merch at their show.
Oh yeah,
That's
absolutely.
The best thing
and go see them live.
Go to their show, and buy something off their official website, like a direct link off their site.
Yeah, don't buy the bootleg shirts at the concert in the parking lot by the guys running from the cops. Don't do that. Buy the actual shirt. Spend the $25, $30, whatever it is. If you like these bands, go see them live, support them, buy their merch, do the right thing. Because you know what? That's why they will come out with more music for us to enjoy. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I do. Craven Soda. I own a bunch of George Lynch's guitars, including the original Bones guitar Mom. I own that. Yes. Thank you. So yeah, George Lynch's new album, Seamless. And again, shout out to my buddy, Jerry Gagnon, who I saw this past weekend at the Anaheim Guitar Show. Very, very cool.
Wow. How was that?
It was great. It was great. Yeah, I go to that guitar show. It's the same one that they do during NAMM, but they do a summer show also. It's slightly smaller during the summer than for the NAMM show. But I go there. I see, dealers I know and friends I know. And I saw Parker Lundgren from Queensryche. We talked about Diablo Guitars, his company. He left Queensryche. For those that don't know, Parker Lundgren, the rhythm guitarist of Queensryche, owns a company called Diablo Guitars. And shout out to Parker if you're watching. And Diablo Guitars is basically his guitar shop. He has a passion for buying and selling guitars. We all do, and or a lot of us do that watch the show. And I think he also has a chain of coffee houses that he's starting, something like that. But he left Queensryche. He wants to pursue and expand on his guitar business. He's going to start ordering a lot of cool custom guitars, he was telling me, from the major companies like Jackson and stuff. So look for that. Go onto Diablo Guitars website and check out Parker. He's a good guy. And he's got some cool guitars for sale. He likes metal guitars like a lot of us. He's one of us, except he was in a fucking kick-ass band too. So there you go. And Johnny and I were just in Popcorn, the band. So with Paulie, Blue Rhino, and JoJo the Chimp.
Yeah, well.
And Wilford Brimley, who replaced JoJo. No, Popcorn the band was a great band. I mean, I'm proud of our work with the band. Speaking of proud of our work, I really, really, as always, want to say thank you and appreciation to our beloved audience, because without you, we are nothing. So please be safe, be careful out there, do your freedom thing. But you know what? Take your freedom and get the fucking vaccine. It's the smartest thing you could do to survive the damn thing. God forbid you catch it. At least you'll just get sick, not die, because I don't want anyone in our audience to die. So please be smart. It's FDA approved now. No excuses. Get the vaccine. Don't get the damn virus. And go see live music, because it's starting to come out again. You got, Kiss is back on the road, although they stopped because, Gene and Paul now have COVID. They stopped for a couple of shows until they recover. But thankfully, because they're both vaxxed, they will recover. A lot of the good bands are out, like Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Go out and see live music. Support live music. Great White is out on the road. The stadium tour is, going to get working out there. Again, these are really great, and thank you, Blackjack Fox. I really appreciate you. I know it's the middle of the night in the UK, but rock on. Thank you to our viewers outside the country. We have a lot of viewers outside the country. You know that, right, Johnny? We have, Australia. Steve Supermas is at a False Flag in Australia.
I get crank calls,
Blacktooth
phone
Fox.
calls in all different kinds of accents.
Shout out to my buddies, Scott Mitchell and Glenn in the UK over there, and all my friends. I mean, we have viewers from all over the world, and I just want to say we appreciate you, we love you, and support us, support live music. Leave a thumbs up on the video, subscribe to the channel. There we go. Subscribe to the channel, leave a thumbs up, and leave comments on the videos, because we love reading them and we reply to them. So,
yeah. And watch past episodes. There's a playlist of this. Watch past shows, leave comments on past shows.
This huge playlist. I mean, there's 100 and something episodes of Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live, probably like 200 actually, under different title. When we retitled it Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live, it's like 120 something episodes. And we were doing episodes before that, and Johnny's been doing it forever. So, support the channel. But you know what else?
I've been doing it for years.
Yeah, Johnny's been doing it since small videos with Howie the Dalmatian, rest in peace. Yeah. But listen, especially also support our sponsors big time, because you know what? When companies support our show, we like to back them up. So please check out Swiss Picks, check out Vinum Custom Pickups, check out FU Tone, check out Tessie Switch, check out Colonel's Gourmet Popcorn, and more. And of course, wash it all down with delicious Bang energy drink, because all the sponsors that support us, we want you to support, because they fucking deserve it, because they're going out on a limb and saying, you know what? This cool little show says things that I like to hear. They support the music that I like. They make us laugh a bunch. They're informative. And John and Johnny and Paul, and thank you, Dane Zimmerman, tonight, all talk about the shit we want to hear, and they make us laugh. So thank you to our sponsors, and especially thank you to our audience who supports the sponsors.
Yes.
Yeah. And tell them we sent you. Tell them we sent you, because they'll take good care of you. Our sponsors love us, and we love them.
Yes, and they won't hang up on you and laugh.
I laugh at you idiots all the time.
David Crosby.
And if they do hang up on you, keep calling them.
Yeah, call them 3 a.m. Hey, Craig Vinum, listen, I want to talk about pickups. Huh? Talking Guitars and 80s Metal sent us. What are you talking about? Mancuda told me to call you. That motherfucker. No, seriously, support our sponsors, because they support us. And you know what? Vinum Pickups and Tessie Switch, I mean, they make our fucking guitars great. And FU Tone is FU toning 3 guitars for us. They're doing one for Johnny, one for Paul, one for me. They're going to do the FU tone treatment on, I picked out a BC Rich Gunslinger. I think Paulie picked out a Les Paul. What'd you pick out, Johnny? For FU tone to do?
I forget.
All
Either
right,
way,
well, Johnny picked out a guitar anyway.
FU tone is the way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. So
FU tone, everything you have in the house.
tone.
Tone.
Yeah, I want everyone ripping out their pickups and putting in Vinums. No, just go to your guitar, pull the strings aside, and just get a pliers, just pull out your DiMarzio and pull out your, throw your Duncan out the window.
Pull out your EVH.
You'll be impressed. Craig Vinum does amazing work. Anyway, FU Tone, I can't say enough about him, and Tessie Switch and all these guys. So thank you, everybody. Anyway, Johnny, let's give credit to our beloved channel members, those who subscribe and support the channel and keep it running.
If it wasn't for these people
right here,
I don't know what would be happening.
And a lot of them are executive producers as well. Thank you again, by the way, Charles Green, for the delicious Colonel's Gourmet Popping Corn that is on the way to the cast of the show. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you. Thank you to all our channel members, including executive producer Charles Green, my buddy Fruitcake Tony, Michael the Captain Smith, David Ennis, Mike Neese, Richard Poole, Linny Lou, and my little sex kitten Mary, Gorgets Entertainment, Kurt 5150, Susan Silvestri, Mickey Settlemeyer, Joe Christian, Nicole Mrazek, Sean Bolland, Wayno, Stephen Franklin, Will Starr, R. Habs, KXM Rock, David Shea Gormary and Mrs. Gormary, Bozique, Crazy Cook 678, Carol Hatcher, False Flag, Margaret Scranton, Sean Silas, Trevor Burnson, Jarhead Rock, and yeah, Jesus Rapes Me says, hey, Mancuda, go to your yellow bitch and rip those pickups out and replace them. I would do it right now. I should. Where the fuck's my pliers? I'll show you this fucking, I'll pull it, change it right now. Take care of this shit right now. Okay. Thank you also to our channel members, Hal Face, John Moronic, James Gum, Hillary Lewis, Jim Nicholas, 802 Blues, Mr. BHB Jr., Frag 5150. Wait a minute. Was that Bruce? Mr. B?
That's Bruce.
That was Bruce.
BHB Jr. That's Bruce.
It was Bruce. Fag 5150, Pal Guitars, Dan Halen, Frank Corcoran, Ben Tom, and Tom Jr. Thank you. Jeff T, R2R3 Locking Nut, Fernando Riley, Robot Master Switch, 6Chick71, Rick Green, The Chad, 2 Brain Cells, G-Man, Michael B, Thomas Santiago, prayers and love toward all of Louisiana, including Louisiana's favorite son, Voodoo Child SJ. That is our buddy, Sean Johnson. Sean, if you are watching or someone knows Sean, let us know you're okay out there, because we're really concerned about everyone in Louisiana right now. Brian Spalding, Fender Guru, Music Therapy Laz, Ghost BC Rich, 5150 TV, Jimmy Ray Hawkins, Hugh Caldwell, David Crosby is a dildo fucker. I am not. You sure are, you bastard. Jesus Rapes Me, Randy Price, James 5150, Christopher Live Sawa, Laguna Palms, Murphy, Steve Barton, All Dave, All Night, Tuba, Simon Hosford, Majestic PB&J Cat, James G, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael, who was here earlier.
And again, thank you again. I can't say this enough, and neither can all of America. God bless all the soldiers that were in Afghanistan for the last 20 years. Of course, prayers and regrets for all those that didn't survive, but those that came home and are on their way home, God bless you and thank you for your service to our country. We love and appreciate and support the military that gives us the freedom to say what we want in this beautiful country. Thank you, everyone that served in Afghanistan. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Everyone be safe out there. Thanks for watching tonight. Leave a thumbs up. We love you. We appreciate you. Rock on, everybody. Say goodnight, Blue Rhino. Oh, good night, Blue Rhino. There you go. Your haircut looks silly. Thanks.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Rock on.
And send Dane a pizza tomorrow at lunch.
Yeah, someone send Dane Zimmerman a pizza. He deserves it. He's a good guy.
Goodbye.
I want a pizza too. And God bless the allies of our military as well from other countries. Thank you. We love you. We appreciate you.